Spanish interpreter, please.
Good morning, sir. You have a warrant. It's from Hillsborough County. The warrant was issued on March 13th of 2025.
Buenos días, señor. Usted tiene una orden de arresto del condado de Hillsborough. La emitieron el 13 de marzo del 2025.
Charge says varying. It's domestic violence battery, and then it says ROR.
El cargo dice
It says varying. It says ROR, but then it says varying.
State?
I have no information requesting that the defendant be held without bond.
I'm holding with no bond. He has a failure to appear with no bond on the other case as well. Orange County.
¿Cómo dice?
Resetting this no bond and reset the cases May 23rd and make sure it's picked up by Orange County or Hillsborough County.
Tiene órdenes de arresto del condado de Orange por hurto menor, no fianza, y una orden de arresto del condado de Hillsbury, agresión física. Lo voy a detener sin fianza. Vamos a programar esto para el 23 de mayo para asegurarnos que el condado de Orange o Hillsbury lo recoja.
The public defender's office is appointed for you, so you can call them with any questions, sir. Good luck to you.
Los abogados de oficio los he nombrado en su caso.
Jermaine Laurent, it's a warrant from Broward. He's on Zoom.
Number 4.
You have a warrant that from Broward issued February 3rd of 2025, not in custody, KPS, grand theft.
It should have a bond.
Grand theft. And it says no bond. He should be entitled to a bond. Ms. Corey, are you able to send an order now? Because
Send it, an email, you mean?
and I mean proposed order. It's set a bond. It says no bond. It's 2 counts of grand theft. I'll just set the bond at $2,500 for the second count. But you got to send me the order.
Whoever states objection because we don't know anything about the case.
Okay, count 2 will be $2,500.
So how much? So what is my book?
Count 1's $2,500. Count 2 is $2,500. You have 2 counts corrections or 1 count? What do you have? 2 cases?
I have to, well, actually, yeah, I have 2. I have count 1, which is the grand theft in the 3rd degree, and then another grand theft in retail bond.
Yeah, that's fine. $2,500 each count. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Have a nice day. Reset date. Oh, sir, you living at the 18921 address?
Yes, ma'am.
So put that on the order. Make sure you keep all future court dates in Broward. Otherwise, I'll issue an arrest warrant for you. Reset date May 23rd.
Okay, so I can bond out now.
When I do the order, yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Mr. Laurent, once
Yes.
the order is signed, it's going to go to corrections. When you call your bondsman, let them know that you have a bond of $5,000 and that information will be updated by court order. It will not be in the computer, so your bondsman has to have the corrections officer look at your jail card, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Hey,
you.
my jail card in Broward?
No, jail card here in Miami.
So I can post my Broward bond here.
Correct.
Thank
At TGK, okay?
you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Next we have is Orlando Puentes Reyes. He's at Metro West 5. Do you speak English, sir?
Oh, good morning.
Sir, you have Monroe County, Florida. The warrant was issued January 31st of 2025.
Señor, usted tiene una orden de arresto del condado de Monroe. Fue emitida el 31 de enero del 2025.
Charges for violation of probation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
El cargo es por quebrantamiento de la libertad condicional. Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
There is no bond on the warrant. You're going to have to wait up to 15 days to be picked up.
No hay fianza por esa orden de arresto. Va a tener que esperar, que podrían ser hasta 15 días para que lo recojan.
So Monroe, picked up by Monroe County, and I'm resetting your case for May 23rd to make sure you are picked up.
Va a esperar que lo recoja el condado de Monroe. Vamos a programar esto para el 23 de mayo para asegurarnos que lo hayan recogido.
Have a nice day.
Que tenga buen día.
Next, we have Lamont Fullwood at Metro West 6. Good morning, sir. You have 2 warrants, it looks like. One from Sarasota County that was issued April 30th of 2024. Failure to appear for petty theft, subsequent conviction, and driving as a habitual traffic offender. That's no bond. And a second warrant from Broward County. The warrants issued December 5th of 2024. It says felony capias grand theft, no bonds. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You're going to have 15 days for, I guess Broward will get you first, then you'll go to Sarasota.
So yeah, I have a question. Isn't liable for bond?
You may be able to get a bond from those judges. I can't give you one because they issued an arrest warrant for you. You missed court. So first you got to see the judges in Broward and Sarasota County. And once you do, then hopefully they'll give you a bond. Okay? Have a nice day.
So which one coming? The Broward or Sarasota?
Probably Broward will come first, and they usually come once a week, so you shouldn't have to wait that long. Okay? Have a nice day, sir. Next, we have a Samuel Rosemond. Is he at TGK?
He was moved to Metro West.
He has a warrant from Sarasota County. It says bond to be set for murder. So I think there'd be no bond because that's what I'm setting on it. You want me to just appoint your office now and get him on the list?
That's fine, Judge.
Appoint the public defender's office, and it's no bond. And that for May 23rd to make sure he's transported to Sarasota County. Then we have Yandy Medina. Mr. Medina there, come on down if you're there. Good morning, sir. You have an arrest warrant from Monroe County, Florida. The warrant was issued November 14th of 2024 for violation of probation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there's no bond. You're going to have to wait up to 15 days for Monroe County to pick you up. The reset date here is May 23rd to make sure you are transported. Have a good day. Thank you. Freddie Nicholas. Is Mr. Nicholas there? Yeah, we can. Good morning, Mr. Nicholas. You have an arrest warrant from Polk County, Florida. The warrant was issued April 15th of 2025 for violation of probation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's no bond on the warrant. You will have to wait up to 15 days for Polk County to pick you up. The reset date here is May 23rd to make sure you are transported. And please call the public defender's office if you have any questions about your warrant. Have a nice day, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Carlos Alvarez.
Carlos Alvarez? Corrections, is he a bond out?
He's a bond out.
Thank you. That concludes our in-state calendar. Now we're going to start the regular calendar. I have a case out of turn for private attorney, Anthony Russian. He's on, is he there yet or no? It's page
Oh, Your
5.
Honor, we went to go pick him up.
I'm sorry, what page is he on? Part B, page 18. They went to pick him up. He's not here yet, so have a seat.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, next we have is Ricardo Sosa, page 5. Is there a private attorney, Mr. Armstrong, on Zoom? You gotta raise your hand so I can promote you.
Interpreter, please.
Where's the lawyer?
Yo seré su intérprete. Están buscando a su abogado.
Sure.
It says Steve Amster for Sosa
I got
Judge.
I don't know. I just promoted this lawyer. Mr. Castaneda raised his hand. Is he the one?
Mr. Amster.
Huh? Don't come late. I'm not doing it now. Where's Mr. Amster?
¿Dónde está el abogado Amster?
I'm done with the extradition calendar. Call Ms. Romans if you have any questions. I'm not going back to it. Mr. Sosa, where's Mr. Amster? Is he here?
¿Está aquí presente el abogado Amster para Sosa?
Your lawyer's not here.
Let me try again, Judge. He just declined. I think he pushed the wrong button.
Lawyers should raise their hand when we're trying to promote them so we know who they are, not the ones I'm not calling. There's Mr. Hamster. Okay. So anyway, sir, you were arrested for dealing in stolen property, nuisance injuries to health, and county ordinance violation.
Señora, usted lo han arrestado por lo siguiente: comerciar en bienes robados, lesiones, daños a la salud y un quebrantamiento de una ordenanza del condado.
Is Mr. Amster there? He keeps declining. He wants to decline. Go have a seat. I guess I'm going to pass it until he gets here.
Vamos a pasarlo hasta que se presente el abogado Amster.
Okay, next, don't do the lawyers out of turn if they're not going to be here when I call them. They should have the courtesy to write here that they're not here. Anna Lopez on page 1.
Is that for private attorney?
No, it's number 1 on page 1. It's for regular calendar. Miss Corey, can you get that order to me?
Judge, no, I can't. I have 70 people on calendar. I don't have a copy of the arrest form because they were not sent, so I'm not gonna be able to do it until lunchtime. You're not gonna be here at lunchtime? Then I'll have to have Judge De La O sign it, Judge.
I don't know if he'll sign it, but good luck.
Today's a
Is he not here, or is there an issue?
I don't know. Haven't heard from him, or he doesn't respond to me since February. After that, I don't know.
Oh, he likes us. He signs Corey's orders.
I hope he'll sign your order, send it to him. Okay.
Responsive.
Video, can we get the split screen, please?
Split screen. Good morning, Miss Lopez. Do you speak English?
Spanish, please.
Yeah, good morning. You were arrested for aggravated battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenos días, la han arrestado por agresión física con agravantes. Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que la representen.
So I need a moment to review the arrest affidavit for probable cause.
Necesito un momento para repasar el formulario de arresto para ver si hay motivo fundado.
There's probable, 1 second.
It was a small laceration, pinhole laceration.
Kitchen knife, lunged several times. Oh, no. There's probable cause for aggravated battery.
Hay motivo fundado para agresión física.
You are ordered to stay away from Liana Bracero, the alleged victim.
Se le ordena que se mantenga alejada de Liana Bracero, que es la presunta víctima.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No contacto con la víctima ni directo, indirecto, en persona, por escrito, por teléfono, ni a través de terceros.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No contacto con la víctima a través de las redes sociales ni ningún otro medio electrónico.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home and school and place of employment at all times.
Y en todo momento permanecer por lo menos 500 pies alejado de la víctima, su residencia, escuela y lugar de empleo.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No participe en actividades penales, no use ni tenga con usted drogas ilegales.
Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No use, compre, porte o tenga un arma de fuego, pistola, arma blanca o munición.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Debe de inmediatamente entregar cualquier arma de fuego, munición o permiso de arma oculta que usted tenga y presentar lo entrega a la policía y presenta el recibo al tribunal.
And you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail.
Y puede regresar a la casa de la víctima una vez nada más dentro de las primeras 48 horas de salir de la cárcel.
You must be accompanied by a police officer
Y si va, tiene que ir acompañada de un agente de policía
so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools.
y eso es solo para que usted pueda sacar sus cosas relacionadas a su salud, medicamentos, artículos personales, documentos personales o de trabajo o herramientas de trabajo.
If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested.
Si va a la casa de la víctima sin la policía o si usted se queda ahí, será arrestada.
Tengo que explicarle que la IA, explíqueselo.
I-
Soy la que vivo ahí.
¿Usted la que vive ahí dijo?
Sí, yo
I
vivo
have to
ahí.
explain that I'm the one that lives there.
¿Y yo dónde voy a vivir?
Where am I supposed to live?
Does the victim live in the home with you?
¿La víctima vive en la casa con usted?
Ella estaba allí, pero se fue todo con su papá.
She was there, but she left. She took off everything with her dad.
If she's not living there, you can go back to your home. You only have to move out if she's living there.
Si ella ya no está viviendo ahí, usted puede regresar a su casa.
Ay,
Usted solo tiene que mudarse si es que ella sigue viviendo ahí.
Okay.
What bond state you want? 3,500, okay?
That's fine.
$3,500 bond. Have a nice day.
Fianza de 3,500. Que tenga buen día.
Next on page 22, we have Frederick McKnight.
Your Honor, we have Mr. Russian.
Who? Mr. Russian? Oh, that's wonderful. Mr. Weir, good morning. We need, where is it?
Yes.
I'm glad you know everything, is because I don't. Good, I need then Anthony Russian.
Mr. Russian is present.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Russian. You were arrested for a case from April 11th of 2025. The charge is attempted second-degree murder and use of a firearm while committing a felony. Your attorney is present in court. Good morning. Can you please state your name?
Good morning, Your Honor. Diego Wiener on behalf of Mr. Anthony Russian, retained by his mom, Miss Claudia Russian.
Do you have any argument regarding probable cause?
Not as to probable cause, Your Honor. Reserve argument as to a setting of a bond.
Okay, the state has filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. What is your argument?
Understood, Your Honor. Your Honor, regarding, I believe that there are many conditions that will ensure that the defendant shows up at future court proceedings, that the safety of the community is assured. And Your Honor, I would just ask you to look at his priors or lack thereof of any kind. As far as the defense is aware, he has no priors of any kind. He's lived in Miami for more than 2 years. Regarding the arrest form, while I'm not making an argument as to probable cause, we are talking about a situation where there's no pre-existing relationship. There's no indication of any kind of history of violence. There's only one identification by the alleged victim, not by the corroborating witness. The witness is not impartial. There's no mention of any firearm, no video, no admissions made by the defendant. So, Your Honor, for those reasons, I believe that a $50,000 bond with an additional surrender of his passport within 48 hours of his release, and of course, no possession of any firearms during the pendency of this case will ensure that the safety of the community is assured. He is not a flight risk, and that is why we were requesting bond despite the state's motion for pretrial detention.
Okay, thank you. State, do you have a response?
A couple of things, Judge. So according to the arrest form, the defendant's address is in Tampa, Florida, not Miami-Dade. I believe that there is probable cause. Additionally, the allegations are that the defendant pulled the trigger 3 separate times and ended up shooting the victim as the victim was walking away. Based upon the facts of the case, the state is requesting that the court hold the defendant without bond pending a pretrial detention hearing.
And Your Honor, just one add to the conversation. Mr. Russian is originally from Tampa, but has resided in Miami. Unfortunately, I don't have his current address at the moment. I have not had an opportunity to meet with my client, but that I do know he has a residence here in Miami, which can be provided to the court. And therefore, he would, if we want to add the condition that he stay in Miami-Dade County for the pendency of the case, of course.
All right, so based on the facts set forth herein, I'm granting the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. You have to make that argument before the division judge. There's probable cause for the charges. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are J.I. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home and school and place of employment at all times. So count one is granting the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. Attempted second-degree murder is no bond. Count two, use of a firearm during the commission of a felony. State, that's a second.
1,000,
How much? 1,000 okay for you?
yes.
$1,000 bond for count two.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, if I may inquire, maybe the state knows, do you know which division judge will be assigned? Has that been?
Yes. It's Judge Cruz.
All right, sir, you have a good attorney. Listen to what he tells you. Have a good day.
We'll be in touch, Mr. Russian. And Your Honor, is there any possibility, I know that you don't control Judge Cruz's calendar, but is there maybe?
It's Monday.
Okay,
We'll print on Monday.
Ours a holiday, a court holiday, so we'll print Monday.
understood. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you, State. Mr. Russian, we'll be in touch. Please don't make any statements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great weekend, Your Honor.
Thank you, you too. Frederick McKnight on page 22 at Attorney for Corrections. Minute calendar. Good, McKnight. So you are 15 years old, is that correct? Sir?
Yes, Judge.
15 years, you were direct filed from juvenile court. And the charges and information has been filed where you're charged with unlawful possession of a short barrel rifle, shotgun, or machine gun, and possession of a weapon, firearm, or ammunition by a minor. A convicted felon or delinquent. So that's the information that has been filed. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. I need a moment. State. Isn't he entitled to a bond?
Yes.
So this is an incident from April 9th. Let me take a look. Let's see. Do you have any objection to house arrest with an alternate bond? He's 15 years old.
He's got, let me see if he's on juvenile probation for. The
Yeah,
juvenile probation, it looks like
Very-
aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, resisting without, would John, did you level 2, let him just go to school?
Says Mr. McKnight was found to have committed a delinquent act on April 17, 2024 for carrying a concealed firearm, an aggravated battery. Yeah, I'll do house arrest level 2. He wants that. Okay, I'm trying to find where I write this on. Eric, is there which sheet do I write it on? There's two. There's two. This one or this? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll give him house arrest with a GPS monitor. Level 2 house arrest with an that means you can go to home, school, work, medical appointments, meet with your attorney. If you violate house arrest, you will be locked up in jail until your trial. Okay.
You should also stay away, Your Honor, from the co-defendants.
Stay away from the co-defendants, Siobhan Gibbons and Tamarco Ellison and Marquavian Stevens. Alternate bond count 1 is $7,500 and count 2 will be $7,500. Have a nice day, sir. I did alternate. It's 15. Yeah. Next, we have on page 1, Damaris Alvarez. Mr. Amster's here? Where is he? Is Mr. Amster here?
I'm here, Judge.
I don't know who's raising their hand on Zoom, but I'm about to kick you off soon. You only raise your hand when I'm on your case and type the name of the case you're here for.
It wasn't me.
Mr. Amster, we called you earlier.
Thank you. I didn't raise my hand though.
Now we have Ricardo Sosa.
Yes.
Page 5. Ricardo Sosa, the gentleman we called before. Good morning, Mr. Sosa. Your attorney.
Buenos días. Muy buenos días.
Mr. Amster, can you announce for the record, please?
Stephen Amster on behalf of Mr. Sosa.
Yo soy su intérprete, señor Sosa.
Okay.
Started a case from yesterday, dealing in stolen property, nuisance on property in violation of a county ordinance. He has unpermitted sanitary systems and septic systems and modular structures on the property.
Entonces se le acusan de comerciar con bienes robados, comerciar en bienes con bienes robados, por ser una molestia al público, también un quebrantamiento de una ordenanza del condado que tenía cosas que no debería tener permanentes, ya sea que tengan que ver con la vía séptica y con módulos estructurales.
Also has a trailer on the property without any documentation.
También dice aquí que tenía un remolque, un tráiler en la propiedad sin ninguna autorización.
So it's a stolen trailer. Anyway, stolen trailer.
Y era robado ese remolque, ese tráiler.
Me disculpa la ofensa. No
Mr.
I
Sosa, please don't
apologize for
talk about the
the...
case.
Señor Sosa, no hable por favor del caso, dice su abogado, él está presente.
Ya.
I don't know what's the problem with video. Split screen, I said it before.
That looks nice.
Fine, whatever. I don't really care.
I'd rather get yelled at by an ocean and a cliff than
And me.
any.
It's the same thing. Okay, let's go. You don't like it when I yell at. What do you want in terms of his release, Mr. Amster?
Your Honor, I was hoping for a $10,000 bond.
That's fine.
Piden una fianza de $10,000. Está bien, dice la fiscal.
That for you, okay?
Thank you.
I'll do count one, dealing in stolen property. He has no priors, right?
Correct.
No tiene antecedentes penales. Primer cargo, comerciar con bienes robados.
Are you okay with $2,500 for count one?
Okay, Judge.
$2,500 count one, 150 count two, $150 count three.
2,500 por primer cargo, 150 por el segundo,
Thank
150
you,
por
Honor.
el tercero.
Sure, you have a good lawyer. Listen to what he tells you.
Señor, tiene un buen abogado. Escucha lo que él le dice.
Have a nice day. Thank
Tenga
you.
buen día.
You'll be out today, Mr. Sosa. You'll
Hoy
be out
saldrá,
today.
Sosa. Hoy saldrá.
Thank you.
I said no, Nebbia. From Marcel Jewel Mist on page, that was heard on Monday. There, I said no, Nebbia. Oh, you asked me after, and I said no, Nebbia.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Page one, Damaris Alvarez.
Maybe tap.
Good morning, Miss Alvarez. Do you speak English? Good morning. You were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from the CVS pharmacy at 888 Biscayne Boulevard in Miami, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that store and you must stay away from there. So tap alternate bond, $1,000. You need a date for her to come back, please? Yesterday was the 6th of June, so what do we have today? June 9th.
Your
So-
Honor, you want to add her misdemeanor? She got a petty theft $1 bond.
Yeah, include her.
It's B 24
Mhm.
11036.
Thank you. Is that a first or second degree misdemeanor? Doesn't matter, does it? All right, so include both. To come back to court for the felony on, what did I say, June 9th? You said June 9th at 9 a.m. Courtroom 3-2, Judge Carbarga. Have a nice day, ma'am. And stay out of that CVS. Next, we have Ms. Lilian Martinez. Page one. If there's any other private lawyers here on Zoom I forgot, please type your name in the chat room. Good morning, ma'am. Do you speak English?
Yes, I do.
You were arrested for grand theft, a second-degree felony, organized scheme to defraud, depositing a worthless check, and uttering a forged instrument. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. This is a case from November 21st of 2024. State, I don't know what we want in terms of.
Up to you, Judge, at pre-trial. I didn't see priors, but it's a lot of money.
That's fine. Pretrial services, alternate bond, count 1 is 25, I'm sorry, it's a secondary felony. Isn't it? No, it's not.
If you added the amount of the checks, I think it is.
Yeah, it is. Pretrial services, alternate bond.
Actually, Judge, it looks like she's got a bondsman.
Okay, no pretrial, a set of bond. Count 1, grand theft will be $5,000. Count 2, organized scheme to defraud is $5,000. Count 3, depositing the worthless check is $2,500, and count 4, uttering a forged instrument or check is $2,500. I lowered the bond a little bit for you. Your bondsman is here. Make sure you keep all future court dates. Have a good day. The bondsman, if I'd appreciate it if the bondsman raised their hand when I'm on their case, so that way I know you're here, and I make sure to let the client know you're here. Your client know you're here. Next, we have Jessica Fernandez on page 1. You got the 1 for cap already, right? Good morning, Ms. Fernandez. You were arrested for 2 cases. 2 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer, and then you have escape and petty theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Your Honor, on her traffic cases, which is related, they gave her $1,150 bond.
Thank you. Ms. Corey, is this a hospital case?
We got bond, Judge. It looks like she was arrested for a DUI. They took her to the hospital. She was violent, and then she fled the police vehicle. The petty theft is for the handcuffs she had on at the time.
Count on F-25-9245, it's a $5,000 bond for battery on a law enforcement officer.
It's the same officer, Judge Rodriguez. It's the same officer.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2,500 each count. Pardon me, I thought it was just 1 count. 2,500 count 1 and $2,500 count 2. And then the other case, F-25-9291. Well, are you okay if I set the bond for the escape at what?
2,500.
2,500 count 1 and the petty theft wanted at $100.
That's fine.
$100 count 2. Have a nice day. Next, we have Stephanie Sheriff, page 2.
She's out on felony bond.
Oh, she is. Hold for it.
I don't see it. Corrections, can you double check?
F-25-1793.
That's not Miss.
Let me check that. F-25-17.
I apologize. That's for the next one.
Okay.
This young lady has a related misdemeanor. They gave her a $1 bond.
Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for accessory after the fact to a second-degree felony, possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So the co-defendant went into somebody's balcony and stole a scooter, and she said she sold it to a Hispanic man in an alleyway. So I guess she
Principal.
disposed of the evidence or helped after the crime.
Do you have an objection to free trial?
Up to you, Judge. She did come in on a bench warrant, though.
Pretrial services alternate bond, $5,000, count 1. What do you want me to do? Let me see the drug paraphernalia, 1 second. Yeah, and count 2 will be $1,000. Count 2 is $500.
Judge, would you do 2,500 on count 1? The third felony.
Pretrial services alternate bond, 2,500 count 1 and 1,000 count. Have a nice day.
Your Honor, B-25-266, you want to combine it, a $1 bond?
Sure. Include with
B-25-266.
include B-25-266, the petty theft alternate bond, $1. Thank you. Next, we have Michelle San Pedro, page 2. Good morning, Ms. San Pedro. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called ecstasy, possession of a controlled substance called meth, driving with a suspended license, third or subsequent conviction, and 2 counts of possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So in terms of the DWLS, her license is currently suspended. And she has 2 prior convictions for DWLS. 1 second. It was no,
She got off.
right, the 2 prior convictions.
So, Judge, I would ask you that you find no probable cause for all charges. The arrest form is devoid on how many rooms there are in their home, how many occupants there are living in the home. There's nothing tying Miss San Pedro to the narcotics and the scale. And with regard to the driving charge, it only states that she enters a vehicle, not that she's driving it, Judge.
But she's shortly detained at a different location, which would indicate that she was driving the car.
Well, it doesn't mean she's driving it.
The issue is she got the hold. Is that what the issue is?
Well, the
I
issue,
can-
she has a hold. Well, if you're gonna issue a hold, but I'd ask you find no probable cause.
I can bring the officer in if there's a PC issue.
There's a piece, I don't think there, I guess there could be, because who else was in the home? Was it in her room? Where, how does she have care, custody, and control of it? You want me to reset it in the afternoon?
Sure.
For now.
Would you want to reset in the afternoon? But I think there's PC on the DWLS. Would you want to just make note of the convictions?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, reset in the afternoon for a piece probable cause hearing. And the issue is, how did she have control or custody of drugs?
And control and custody of the car, Judge, if she was driving at the time.
That I think the state's got a better argument on. But I'll see if I can get the officer.
All right. Ma'am, so it's set in the afternoon. Next we have is Janka Rodriguez, page 2.
Right, she's got a bondsman,
Thank you.
and I think, let me see if the alleged victims here, hold on.
Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for aggravated battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Right, the alleged victim is here. Let's see what he has to say, but I think a battery may be okay.
Okay. Well, she's hit him with a phone. Is that what it is? And he's bleeding?
Yeah, Mr. Morera, can you please unmute, turn on your camera?
Yes, hi, good morning.
Hey, sir.
Raise
Can
your-
you get the camera working?
Good morning,
Can you
sir.
hear me?
Mark?
Good morning, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you are about to give will be the
Go ahead.
Do you swear from the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. What is your name, please?
Lázaro Morera?
Are you afraid of Miss Janka Rodriguez?
No,
Do you want a stay away order?
no.
Thank you. State, any questions?
No questions.
Ms. Corey, any questions?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm entering a modified stay away order from Lázaro Morera. You are allowed to have contact with the alleged victim. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards him in any manner whatsoever. So only friendly, nonviolent contact is permitted. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Also, do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand that stay away order?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I mean, modified stay away order. Bondsman is here. There's probable cause for simple battery. The bond will be $1,000. Have a nice day.
Does she have a hold?
Does she what?
My part, never mind, she doesn't. It's, okay.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Morero, for coming in. Your bondsman's here and we'll get you out. Next, we have Adiana Diaz, page 3.
Corrections, she's a fugitive.
Yes, I'm sorry. She's a fugitive from Sarasota.
Any bond?
It says to be set.
Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for 11 counts of possession of a stolen or fictitious driver's license, trafficking in counterfeit credit cards, unlawful possession of 5 or more identifications, and possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So I believe there's probable cause for all of the charges. I don't know what bond state wants.
Standard,
For all the licenses.
right? Because they all have her picture with different names, date of births. She's got US Treasury checks made out to different people. She's got a fugitive warrant.
Counts 1 through 11. Do you want me, you don't want to lower it at all?
Up to you, Judge, but I think
I would ask if you would consider lowering it, Judge. She does not have the funds for standard bond, for sure.
It's pretty. Count 1, unlawful possession of a stolen or fictitious driver's license. Count 1 will be $2,500. Counts 2 through 11, $1,000 each count. Count 12, trafficking in counterfeit credit cards is $2,500. Count 13, unlawful possession of 5 or more identifications is $2,500 for the bonds. And count 14, possession of cocaine. 1 second. It says crack pipes. Where's the crack?
it says crack pipes with crack residue in the parentheses.
So count 14 is going to be $1,000 and count 15 is $500. Have a nice day. Next, we have Catherine Cucciaro, page 3. Good morning, Ms. Cucciaro. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called crack cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, and petty theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So let me review for probable cause. You are ordered to stay away from the CVS pharmacy at 591 Northeast 79th Street in Miami, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that store and you must stay away from there. So there's probable cause for the charges.
She's listed as homeless.
You have an objection? How long have you lived here in Miami?
About a year.
She's got a prior withhold from October for theft out of Palm Beach County, and then I see prior arrests out of New York requesting a bond.
Judge, I would ask if you would consider the TAP program. She would qualify.
Nothing else? No, I don't think she's been in Miami a year.
She's been here a year, Judge. She said she's been here since last May.
In Miami? And then why does she have a conviction from Palm Beach County? She doesn't live in here.
Well, it sounds like she went to court then.
All right. I'll give her TAP with an alternate bond. Count 1, possession of cocaine is $2,500. Count 2, possession of drug paraphernalia is $500, and count 3, petty theft will be $150. You have to come to court for your arraignment on June 9th. Is that what it was?
Yes.
June 9th at 9 a.m. courtroom 22. That's before Judge Jean. Have a good day, ma'am. Next we have is Janice Williams, or Chance Williams, excuse me, on page 4. Is he there? We're starting the men now. Good morning, Mr. Williams. You were arrested for serious charges. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge. Was he a minor at the, yeah, he was
Yes.
in juvenile court.
It was on a minor.
This is a direct file, Judge.
Yeah.
He was here before and then had to go back, and now he's back.
I got it. Okay, there's probable cause. You were ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are SC. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. I'm holding you.
Would you consider house arrest at all for Mr. Williams?
No, go see the division judge. I'm not doing any. I'm not touching it. No bond. It was rather young at the time. So let's see if it's something. It's no bond, and we'll see the division judge Monday. That judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. Good day, sir. Next, we have Guillermo Quintero, page 4. Hi, Mr. Quintero. Spanish interpreter or English? Okay, what would you like?
English.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon and fleeing and eluding a police officer. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me take a look. It's a weapon. Was it a knife?
It was a pocket knife, but there may be PC for resisting with violence.
Maybe resisting with violence is a better charge. Yeah. I don't see what is a convicted felon. I'll put probable cause for resisting officer with violence. The bond is on F25 9232. It's a $2,500 bond. On the other case, fleeing and eluding a police officer.
Judge, I only see one.
Right, just one case. Fleeing and eluding of the next defendant.
Only one case. Pardon me. Have a nice day. Next is Alien. I don't know. Ortega.
Your Honor, he has some traffic cases and some misdemeanors. You'll be going to bond jail arraignment next.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Do you speak English?
Ma'am, like I'm having the worst night of my life. Like,
Tight. Is this a hospital case, Miss Corey? And you were arrested for fleeing and eluding a police officer. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Requesting a bond. He's got an extensive criminal history, including
second case as well for petty theft, 2 or more convictions by an unauthorized alien and petty theft. So public defender's office is appointed for both cases. There's probable cause for the fleeing and eluding a police officer. That's a $2,500 bond. He's also out on bond. There's a hold to see Judge Susan on Monday for F23-13142.
Hold, Judge, 1 second. I don't see it on my priors, but they could be wrong.
F23-13142, it says here. You're ordered.
I don't see that.
It says the same name for both. Oh, the hold's not for him. It's on the wrong one. No hold. I apologize. That's the wrong case. No hold. And then the other case, petty theft, 2 or more convictions. He's stealing from TJ Maxx. You're ordered to stay away from the TJ Maxx at 499 West 49th Street in Hialeah, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that store, and you must stay away from there, sir. So, you want me to split them?
Yes, please.
Okay, count 1 is $2,000, and count 2 will be $500. And then the fleeing and eluding case is $2,500. Have a nice day. Next, we have page 4, Sergio Villamizar. He's the one with the hole. Yes. Page 4.
Your Honor, also, he's being held on a probation warrant, no bond.
Right, sir, good morning. You were arrested for failing to register as required by law for two, looks like for all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 counts for that. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So he fled to the DR and was extradited by the marshals.
Judge indicates he has an attorney.
Who's your lawyer?
I can't remember his name right now, but he was
You
supposed
want
to
to
be
bring
soon.
presence and I'll set a bond and that way it will print out on Monday or I can reset it for the afternoon. You can try and reach your lawyer to come to court.
He was gonna be on Zoom.
There's no lawyer here. Do you want me to reset it in the afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
You also have the hold F23-13142. So reset for the afternoon and I'll make a preliminary finding of probable cause for counts 1 through 4. Armando Pernas, page 5. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenos días, lo han arrestado por tenencia de cocaína. Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
There's probable cause for the charge.
Hay motivo fundado para este cargo.
He's got a 51-day sentence from last month requesting a bond.
Tiene una condena de 51 días del mes pasado, dice la fiscal. Pedimos una fianza.
Ask for TAP.
I'm giving him TAP. TAP alternate bond $1,000.
Pido que lo deje salir a través del programa TAP. Le voy a dar TAP. Alternativamente, $1,000 de fianza.
Come to court for your arraignment on June 9th at 9 a.m. courtroom 25 before Judge Cruz.
Preséntese al tribunal el 9 de junio para su lectura de cargos. 9 de junio, 9 de la mañana, ante la juez Cruz en el segundo piso, sala 2-5.
Based on overstate's objection based upon criminal history.
I'm sorry, what was the courtroom number again?
5-5.
La sala 2-5.
What's the address at 1351? What is it? Oh, at the 1351. All right, next is Ronnie McClendon. Good morning, Mr. McClendon. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm and use of a firearm during a felony. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Your Honor, he also has a domestic violence case. He'll be going to DV and a jail arraignment case for no motor vehicle registration.
Maybe split the bond.
Let me just review for probable cause. Okay. So I'm finding probable cause for count 1 and count 2. You are ordered to stay away from Andrew Harris, the alleged victim. No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school and place of employment at all times. This is from April, so you got all your stuff out of the house already? You don't have to go back? You're not living with it.
I don't. I
Hey,
don't.
he's the landlord, no? And the victim refused to give the defendant rent because he had already paid him.
Deposit. Count 1 will be $4,000 and count 2 is $1,000. Have a nice day, sir. Next case is Eric Fernandez. Page 6. I'm sorry, Renee. Good morning, Mr. Fernandez. You were arrested for possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So it's a search warrant, and they found around inside a drawer with his court documents. The defendant is a convicted felon. He was convicted in F13-17233A for possession of a controlled substance, a third-degree felony. on May 16th, 2014.
All right, so there's probable cause of possession of ammo by a convicted felon. State, are you okay with the $2,500 bond?
Let me look at his finders, hold on.
Nothing
Up to
recent.
you, Judge.
Fine, $2,500 bond. Have a good day. Next is Raydel Rodriguez, page 6.
Mr. Rodriguez is present. He speaks English.
And it should be a third degree felony.
You're arrested for grand theft of a vehicle. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Is the element a scooter? It's a third-degree felony. He has
That being said, Judge, if you look at the defendant's criminal history, he was sentenced to 366. It looks like for at least 3 charges involving stealing vehicles.
2023. It's a scooter. Will pre-trial take them or no? Is he eligible or no? Pre-trial services alternate bond, $2,500. Have a nice day.
It is over state's objection.
There's cases that he took a plea on from 2023. Although one was from 2024, October. Getting a break, sir. You come back with anything else? I'm gonna make sure it's a bond and not a program. Giancarlo Sanchez Gutierrez is next.
He may qualify for TAP.
Good morning, sir. Sir, you were arrested for possession of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a school and trespass after warning.
Señora, usted lo han arrestado de tenencia de cocaína dentro de 1000 pies de una escuela y entrada ilegal después de recibir una advertencia.
There's probable cause for the charge.
Hay motivo fundado para este cargo.
Simple possession.
I know. You're ordered to stay away from 1160 West Flagler Street in Miami, Florida.
Se le ordena que se mantenga alejado del 1160 Oeste Flagler, calle Flagler en Miami.
You're not allowed to go to that location. You must stay away from there, sir. Do you understand?
A usted no se le permite regresar a ese sitio, tiene que permanecer alejado de ahí. ¿Usted entiende? ¿Entiende?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. There's probable cause for possession of cocaine, so it's TAP. Alternate bond, $2,500 count 1 and $500 count 2.
Hay motivo fundado para tenencia de cocaína. Va a poder salir a través del programa TAP, alternativamente una fianza de 2,500, segundo cargo 500.
You have to go to court for your arraignment on June 9th at 9 a.m., courtroom 221 before Judge Brinkley.
Usted tiene que presentarse al tribunal para su lectura formal de cargos, que será el 9 de junio, esa audiencia 9 de junio, 9 de la mañana, en la sala del segundo piso 2-1 con la juez Brinkley.
Next case is Miguel Perez. Good morning, Mr. Perez. You were arrested for four cases, or was it 4 cases or 4 pages? 4 cases. Grand thefts, burglaries, we'll go case by case. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. The first case is May 5th of 2025. The charge is burglary to an unoccupied dwelling, grand theft, dealing in stolen property, false verification to a pawnbroker. So let me review for probable cause.
Okay, so the Airbnb is broken into and a cell phone is stolen, which is pawned at a Walmart in one of the machines.
There's probable cause for the charges. You were ordered to stay away from the property located at 41 Southeast 5th Street in Miami, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that location. You must stay away from there. Count 1, burglary to an unoccupied dwelling, is a $7,500 bond. Count 2, grand theft, is $2,500. Count 3, dealing in stolen property, I'll set that at $5,000. And count 4, the violation of the pawnbroker transaction form, is $500.
The state's requesting a bond plus house arrest. It looks like the defendant's got an open felony case in Broward County, and that's for grand theft of a motor vehicle. And then he's charged with a burglary and also multiple thefts of vehicles. The other
Not
case.
in house arrest. I didn't see any fires. Next we have is F
He's
25.
got the open case.
And let Broward call him in on that and revoke his bond. So on F 259256, the charge is grand theft of a vehicle from March. So he got the valet key for a Mercedes-Benz Maybach. And stole it. Looks like he took the key. That was stolen. There's probable cause for the charge. Anyway, I'll set the bond at $2,500. And sir, the next one is F 259255. The charge is grand theft of a vehicle and burglary to an unoccupied structure. So we got the key and
From the valet room.
you are ordered to stay away from the downtown Fifth Building or at 25 Northeast Fifth Street in Miami, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that location and you must stay away from there. Count one is $2,500 and count two is $2,500. And then the next case is F 259254, grand theft of a vehicle. It's from April 7th. Give me a moment. So she victim leaves the loaner vehicle with the valet, and then somebody picked it up and stole it. And
Your Honor, won't reconsider the house arrest. I pulled the PC in Broward. So it looks like the same kind of thing. He stole a $140,000 G-Wagon from the Hard Rock.
Okay. Plus house arrest with a GPS monitor, level 3 house arrest for all cases. And curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Your Honor, on 9254, what was the bond you gave?
500 on that case as well. Plus house arrest, GPS level 3.
2,500, correct?
Yeah, 2,500 plus bond plus house arrest, level 3 with a curfew for all cases. I need to write it on the other cases. In the other case, to write house arrest. Next, Arturo Santos. Good morning, Mr. Santos.
Mr. Santos is a bond out corrections, correct? Number 21.
Santos,
Is he the bond out?
great. 1 minute. That's for 2 cases.
Spanish for the next one, please.
Thank you. And next we have Yasneel Alberteras. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for attempted burglary to an occupied dwelling, violation of a domestic violence injunction, and petty theft.
Señor, buenos días. Usted lo han arrestado por lo siguiente: hurto en menor cuantía, quebrantamiento de una orden de prohibición e intento de allanamiento de morada de un lugar habitado, ocupado.
Sir, I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señor, voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
I need a moment just to look at the arrest affidavit.
Un momento, voy a repasar el formulario de arresto.
If he hasn't already, he should probably go to family court if he wants to.
Can't hear you.
If he hasn't already, he should probably go to family court if he wants to see the baby.
Si no lo ha hecho todavía, probablemente quiera ir al tribunal familiar, dice la fiscal, si es que quiere ver a la bebé.
It should have been addressed for the domestic violence injunction.
Eso lo hubieran tratado con la orden de prohibición de violencia familiar.
There's probable cause for the charges.
¿Hay o qué motivo fundado para los cargos?
Order to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are LR.
Se le ordena que se mantenga alejado de la presunta víctima iniciales LR.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No contacto con la víctima ni directo, indirecto, en persona, por escrito, por teléfono, ni a través de terceros.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No contacto con la víctima a través de las redes sociales o ningún otro medio electrónico.
Must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school, and place of employment at all times.
Debe permanecer en todo momento por lo menos 500 pies alejado de la víctima, su residencia, su escuela y su lugar de empleo.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No participe en actividades penales y no tenga ni posee drogas ilegales.
Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No use, compre, posee o porte arma de fuego, pistola, arma blanca o munición.
Must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Debe de inmediatamente entregar cualquier arma de fuego que tenga, munición o permiso de arma oculta a la estación de policía más cercana a usted y presentar un recibo con el tribunal.
You understand the stay away order, sir?
¿Entiende usted la orden de alejamiento, señor?
It's just with a girl, right? Laura Rodriguez, something like that, right? It's just with her, right?
¿Cómo?
It just
Contact with the victim. Do you understand that?
No contacto con la víctima. ¿Usted entiende esa parte?
LR.
LR. ¿Entiende esa parte? No contacto con la víctima.
I'll set a bond.
The state's requesting a bond plus house arrest because
I agree. 2,500 count 1, 1,000 count 2, and 150 count 3.
La fiscalía pide una fianza y arresto domiciliario. Estoy de acuerdo, dice la juez. Primer cargo, 2,500 de fianza. Segundo cargo, 1,000. Tercer cargo, 150.
That's plus house arrest with a GPS monitor, level 3 house arrest.
Eso es aparte que también voy a imponer un arresto domiciliar nivel número 3.
And a curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Y unas horas límites, o sea, un toque de queda de entre 11 p.m. a 6 a.m.
Have a nice day.
Que tenga buen día, señor.
I apologize, Your Honor, didn't get the bonds.
You didn't get it? 2,500 count 1, 1,000 count 2, $150 count 3.
And that was plus house arrest or alternates?
Plus. Good morning. This is Mr. Alexander Armenteros. You were arrested for selling crack cocaine, possession of crack cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Under probable cause, he sold to a CI. Okay. So count 1 is $5,000. Count 2 is $2,500. There is no Nebbia hold. No Nebbia. He can bond out. Have a nice day, sir. Next is Marcelo Pinochet, page 8. Good morning, Mr. Pinochet. A little crowded there at this courtroom in the jail. Sir, good morning. You were arrested for fleeing and eluding a police officer, 6 counts of possession of a controlled substance, leaving the scene of a crash, no serious injury, 2 counts. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So you had a bunch of different pills there. There's probable cause.
the defendant's on probation until 2028, and therefore crimes out of Osceola County.
Okay. Count 1, fleeing and eluding a police officer is $2,500. Counts 2 through 7, there's probable cause for possession of a controlled substance, $2,500 bonds each count. Count 8, there's probable 8 and 9, there's probable cause for leaving the scene of a crash. It's going to be $2,500 each count. Have a nice day, sir. Next, we have page 9, Julio Wilson Rizzo. He's out on bond, hold for F-22 8165. Good morning, Mr. Rizzo. You were arrested for possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
He's the only one found at the house.
Kitchen.
Yeah.
There's probable cause. It's a $7,500 bond. You got to see the judge for F-22 8165 on Monday. Have a nice day. Next is George Zaldo, page 9.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Mr. Zaldo, you were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm. Spanish, please.
Señor, usted lo han arrestado por agresión con agravantes con arma de fuego.
Sir, can you afford to hire a private lawyer?
Señor, ¿usted tiene el dinero para contratar a un abogado privado?
No.
No.
Defender's office for you. There is probable cause for the charge.
Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen. Hay motivo fundado para este cargo.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are A.N.
Señor, se le ordena que se mantenga alejado de la presunta víctima con iniciales AN.
No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No contacto con la víctima ni directo, indirectamente, ni en persona, por escrito, por teléfono, ni a través de terceros.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No contacto con la víctima a través de las redes sociales o ningún otro medio electrónico.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Y en todo momento permanecer por lo menos 500 pies alejado de la víctima, su residencia, su escuela y su lugar de empleo.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No participe en actividades penales, no tenga ni use drogas ilegales.
Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No use, compre, tenga o porte un arma de fuego, pistola, arma blanca o munición.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Inmediatamente tiene que entregar cualquier arma de fuego, munición o permiso de arma oculta que usted tenga a la policía y entregar un recibo con el tribunal.
You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail.
Usted puede regresar a la casa de la víctima una vez nada más dentro de las primeras 48 horas de salir de la cárcel.
You must be accompanied by a police officer.
Lo debe hacer, si lo va a hacer, lo debe hacer acompañado por un agente de policía.
So that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools.
Si regresa, tiene que ir acompañado por un policía y es solo para sacar su ropa, artículos de la salud, medicamento, documentos personales o de trabajo o herramientas de trabajo.
Go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested.
Si va a la casa de la víctima sin la policía o si se queda ahí, será arrestado.
You understand the stay away order, sir?
¿Entiende usted la orden de alejamiento, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Bond is $5,000. Have a nice day.
5,000 es su fianza. Que tenga buen día.
Next, we have Jerry Roman, page 9.
Judge, Mr. Zagato, if we could go back for a moment, would you do house arrest as an alternate? He feels he does not have funds for a bond.
No, I
He
don't
has
know.
another place he could stay, Judge.
Did you have any objection?
I don't see any criminal history.
Pide,
House arrest,
66.
house arrest with a GPS monitor, level 3 house arrest with a curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
arresto domiciliar nivel 3 con un grillete, arresto domiciliar con horas límites, o sea, un toque de queda de 11 p.m. a 6 a.m.
And that's left for alternate is $5,000.
Alternativamente, fianza de $5,000.
With the curfew, I said a curfew 11 p.m. Okay.
You did.
Next case now, please. Jerry Roman is next. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for driving as an habitual traffic offender. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. This pretrial letter, do you want pretrial or you're gonna post the bond? You live in Palm Beach. Are you
He
covered?
was released from prison March of 24. He's got priors out of Palm Beach County.
Okay, I'm not giving him a bond. No drive order. I'll set your bond at $2,000. Have a nice day. No driving unless you have a valid license. Next, we have Thomas Cheek. Good morning, Mr. Cheek. You were arrested for, looks like 2 cases, grand theft and petty theft. One of them is a city bike and the other is stealing clothes from Marshall. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. He has a bunch of priors.
Right, there's a trespass conviction from Monday. He also has priors out of state requesting a bond.
That's
You're-
app, Judge.
You are ordered to stay away from the Marshall store at 723 North Lincoln Lane in Miami Beach, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that store and you must stay away from there. I'm setting a bond. It's going to be F259275 will be $1,000. And on the other case, it's a stolen city bike. That bond will be $1,000. And stay away from that Marshalls on Miami Beach. Good day, sir. Next is Santiago Barbel Alart.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Sir, good morning. You have 2 cases you were arrested for. One is petty theft, 2 or more convictions.
Señor, buenos días. Usted tiene 2 casos por el cual lo arrestaron, hurto menor cuantía, 2 o más condenas.
I'm appointing the public defender's office for you.
Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
You are ordered to stay away from the CVS Pharmacy store at 1177 Southwest 8th Street in Miami, Florida.
Se le ordena que se mantenga alejado de la farmacia CVS en el 1177 Southwest Calle 8 en Miami, Florida.
Bond on this case will be
La fianza en este caso va a ser
that is bonded $1,500.
$1,500.
The other case, you're charged with burglary to an unoccupied conveyance, unlawful possession of a stolen credit or debit card,
En el,
fraudulent use of a credit card, and petty theft.
en el otro caso se le acusa de allanamiento de morada de un medio de transporte desocupado, de tenencia ilegal de ya sea robadas o perdidas tarjetas de crédito, tarjetas de débito, uso fraudulento de tarjetas de crédito y hurto menor.
This is from March 23rd of 2025.
Esto fue del 23 de marzo del 25.
Probable cause for the charges.
El motivo fundado para los cargos.
Setting a bond as follows.
Judge, Mr. Barbell does not have funds for a bond. Would you consider the TAB program for him?
No, I'm not. There's two cases that are serious.
And he's got a conviction 31 days from February.
¿Consideré el programa alternativo? No. La fiscal dice y además tuvo una condena 31 días después de febrero.
Count 1 is $2,500, 2 is $2,500, 3 is $2,500, and 4 is $150.
Sus fianzas son cargo número 1, 2,500, cargo número 2, 2,500, cargo número 3, 2,500, cargo número 4, 150.
Good day, sir.
Tenga buen día, señor.
We have Yasser Lopez Corbello,
Powdered milk.
page 10. Oh, the powdered milk case again, the same order. Was he here yesterday? Is that somebody else? Sir, good morning. You were arrested. Sir, you were arrested for dealing in stolen property. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenos días, lo han acusado de comerciar en bienes robados. Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer, sir?
¿Puede consta con el dinero para contratar a un abogado privado?
Sí, ya lo
Yes,
You
I'll
want me to-
hire one.
You want me to reset this case in the afternoon to give you a chance to hire a lawyer, or do you want to proceed now so I can set a bond so you can get out?
¿Quiere que programe esto para esta tarde para darle la oportunidad que contrate un abogado para la tarde o quiere que proceda aquí ahorita sin abogado para que yo fije una fianza y usted pueda salir?
Sí, una fianza, por favor.
Yes, a bond, please.
There's probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from the Yummy Company, Inc. at 861 West 17th Street in Hialeah, Florida.
Se le ordena que se mantenga alejado. Hay motivo fundado. Se le ordena que se mantenga alejado de la compañía Yummy en Hialeah, en el 861 calle 17 Oeste.
Your bond is $7,500. Have a nice day.
Su fianza es $7,500. Que tenga buen día.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jose Encalada. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for trafficking in cocaine, possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon, possession of a place for purposes of trafficking in cocaine while armed, and possession of armed possession of Viagra, and possession with intent to sell a controlled substance, cocaine, within 1,000 feet of a church or convenience store. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You're out on probation. There's a hold for F20-4254. I'm sorry, F20-4254B. So anyway, looks like probable cause for everything. I was gonna do like a bond. I don't know.
He's being held no bond on the VOP, and there's PC for the armed trafficking.
So Judge,
Requesting it.
I would ask for a probable cause hearing, Judge. This appears to not be a dwelling.
Let's see.
It's a business.
It does not state where in this location everything was found.
Everything was found behind the register, it appears. In the back room.
He's a convicted felon. It's behind the register and there's a church within 1,000 feet. Looks like probable cause for everything. Count one, armed trafficking.
It doesn't indicate that he had access to any of these items.
It's probable cause for everything. He was located in the incident location and taken outside, and that's where they found everything, behind the register. Count one is no bond. Count two is 7,500. Count three is 15,000. Count four, the Viagra. So whatever. Count four is $2,500, and count five is $2,500. You're gonna have to see a judge. You're gonna see a judge Monday because you have to hold. A judge can give you a bond. I can't. Have a nice day, sir. All right, next case is Mr. Gerald Daniels. Good morning, Mr. Daniels. You were arrested for attempted aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
It's not an attempt. Defendant's 18, currently on juvenile probation. The victim's his brother.
There's probable cause for the charge.
Brother.
I can just house arrest with somebody else. Hopefully, has somewhere else to stay. You're ordered to stay away from your brother, Javon Bird. No contact with the victim, alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. And you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rest of the GPS monitor, alternate bond is $5,000. Level 3 house arrest with a curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. So good luck to you, sir. Have a nice day. Next on page 11, Rodolfo Ariano.
You may qualify for pretrial.
Okay,
Take a bond out.
bond out. Next back, got another big stack. Ronnie Panasoto, page 11. Good morning, sir. Do you speak English?
Spanish, please.
You were arrested for violating the Florida litter law. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señor, buenos días. Usted se le acusa de quebrantar las leyes del desecho de basura de la Florida. Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
There's probable cause for the charge. He's dumping junk in a farm.
Hay motivo fundado para este cargo. Él está desechando de basura en una finca.
It's not his first time he got arrested for this because he has a withhold for the same charge from 2020.
No es la primera vez que lo han arrestado por esto porque tiene un fallo sin condena por este mismo cargo del 2020.
Setting a bond is $1,500.
Voy a programar una fianza, 1,500 será la fianza.
Good day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor.
Venda.
Spanish for Mr. Vega, please.
Vega ya se su intérprete.
Mr. Vega, you were arrested for an attempted second-degree murder or with an aggravated battery and armed burglary with an assault or battery.
A usted se le acusa de intento de asesinato segundo grado con agresión física con agravantes y también de intento de allanamiento de morada armado con agresión.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
Invoking Mr. Vega's right to counsel and his right to remain silent.
La defensa invoca su derecho a tener un abogado y su derecho a guardar silencio.
This is a case from April 30th of this year.
Este es un caso del 30 de abril de este año.
Probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Juan Guia.
Hay motivo fundado para este cargo. Se le ordena que se mantenga alejado de la presunta víctima Juan Guia.
No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No contacto con la víctima directo ni indirecto en persona, ni en teléfono, ni escrito, ni a través de terceros.
And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No contacto con la víctima a través de las redes sociales o ningún otro medio electrónico.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Y permanecer por lo menos 500 pies alejado de la víctima, su residencia, su escuela y su lugar de empleo en todo momento.
All right, so I'm granting the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing and holding you no bond on count 1 and count 2.
Voy a conceder la petición de la Fiscalía de una audiencia para detenerlo antes de juicio y no fianza por cargo 1 ni cargo 2.
All right, you'll see your judge Monday. Have a nice day.
Usted verá a su juez el lunes. Que tenga buen día.
Page 11, Christopher Armstrong. Pre-call check? No, there's an open battery. I don't care. You want to take it? No? Okay. All right. Mr. Armstrong there?
Está ahí el señor. Oh, never mind.
Good morning, Mr. Armstrong. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called Adderall. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
The Adderall may qualify as an amphetamine. I'm not sure if it rises to the level of a trafficking amount. The defendant does have an open misdemeanor, and I also see prior arrests, Broward County, Citrus County, requesting a bond.
So is not eligible for pretrial?
Judge, I would ask if you would consider pretrial. I'm not sure why you wouldn't be eligible.
60 pills. I'll give them pretrial alternate bond, $2,500. Have a nice day.
It is over state's objection.
Thank you. Next case is, who's next? Jarvis Wingfield, 4 cases. Is he here? Page 12. See, my relief is here. You want me to do this one or you want to take over right now? It's 4 of them. I can go quick and then there's no. And that it's heavy today. All right, I'll be with do you want me to do this one? I can do it quick and then leave you that as a yes. Mr. Wingfield, good morning. You got arrested for 4 cases. The charges are grand thefts and cocaine and petty theft, 2 or more convictions. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So the first case is F259314, the grand theft, possession of cocaine. Now it's from May 7th. So you are ordered to stay away. You didn't give me a stay order from this one? Okay, whatever. No, it's grand theft of a vehicle, that's why. There's probable cause for count 1, grand theft of a vehicle. That's a $2,500 bond. There's also probable cause for count 2, possession of cocaine, $2,500 bond. The next case is F259315, is petty theft, 2 or more convictions. In this case, sir, you are ordered to stay away from the CVS pharmacy at 13675 Southwest 88th Street in Miami, Florida. He's stealing soap, a lot of soap. Yeah, over $300 of soap. There's probable cause. It mentions prior conviction. This bond is $2,500.
Would you be able to reduce some of the bonds a little bit in order for him to be able to post? Thank you.
$1,500. Stay out of that CVS.
1,500.
Yeah. Next is F259313 is a grand theft. That's from May 7th from Fresco Moss Liquor Store. So, sir, you are ordered to stay away from Fresco Moss at 18302 Southwest 137th Avenue in Miami, Florida. So here he's stealing alcohol, $1,218. I'll set that bond at $1,500. There's probable cause. And then the next case is F259312. That's a petty theft, 2 or more convictions from April 24th. You are ordered to stay away from the BJ's Wholesale Liquor Store at 16200 Southwest 88th Street in Miami, Florida. And here he's stealing alcohol, $452.98.
So the prior convictions are listed in case ending in 15.
There's probable cause. I'll set his bond. What do you want me to set, state? 1,500, 1,000? What do you want?
1,500.
2,000.
So he's
here all the time.
Right.
Good luck to you, sir.
1,500, Your Honor?
No, just this one. F259312. It's $1,500. $1,500. That's it. Judge Million is so kind to take over, and I appreciate it because it's a heavy calendar today. So I need to sign these.
Our correction staff, good morning.
Hey, Judge, you gotta turn on the mic. You gotta turn on the microphone in the courtroom.
Thank you. I didn't realize it was off. I said
Good
good
morning,
morning.
Judge.
Morning, Judge.
Good to be here. All right, what's the name of this gentleman who's standing there?
Sammy McKenzie on page
How
12.
are you today?
How are you doing?
I'm doing good, sir. Thank you for asking. All right, Mr. McKenzie, you have a couple of cases here. First case is number F259318. You're charged on that case with grand theft in the 3rd degree. That's punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Let me take a look at the A form here. All right, I hereby find probable cause. Would the public defender tell me if you have any objections?
That's on 9318. No, Judge.
Yes, ma'am. And then Mr. McKenzie has F259317. Mr. McKenzie, there you're charged with petty theft. That's punishable by up to 5 years in prison because you have allegedly 2 or more convictions. I hereby find probable cause.
With regard to the 2 convictions, the convictions are not alleged to be theft convictions, just convictions. So I ask that you find probable cause for petty theft.
That's fine. It'd be an M1.
All
A
right,
little
well,
vague.
what do you suggest as far as the bonds?
Standard bond's 500 on an M1.
I would ask for TAP for Mr. McKenzie. He's currently homeless.
He's out on felony bond, F253874.
Thank you very much. He's going to be held on the F253874 case. Wait. Let me look at this. He seems to have another case.
He has a misdemeanor case, Your Honor. He'll be going to jail remit next.
All right, Mr. McKenzie, I'm ordering you to stay away from a couple of places. Number one, El Gato Tuerto, the one on 127th Avenue, as well as Fresco at Mass Liquor Store, which is located on 137th Avenue in Miami, Florida, Southwest 127th Avenue. Who is the judge? He's in Division 19?
Judge James.
Okay, so he has to go before that, before he posts the bond. So here are the bonds that I'm going to set on him. On the 9318 case, I'm going to set $1,000 bond. Then the other one, the one you were objecting to that you said they didn't allege the theft in there, I'm going to set a $500 bond. Plus the stay away order. And then he's wanted in the other one in front of Judge James, where he was out on probation. Lady, do you have anything else to say?
You want to set the bond in 1.6?
In 1.6, he's wanted for the charge of petty theft as well, isn't he?
Should be a charge of possession, lawful possession of foreign entities. That's the officer without violence.
And that's a completely new case?
Yes, Your Honor. F259316, 3 counts.
All right, do you want to be heard on the warrants, on the bond amount on that?
No, Judge.
All right, I'll set the bond as to count 1 at $1,000, 500, and 500 as to counts 2 and 3. Mr. McKenzie, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Let me know if I forgot something. Sir, what's your name?
Spanish interpreter, please. This is Mr. Garcia Cepero.
Yo se les intérprete, señor.
Your Honor, Mr. Cepero has.
Please send her on.
Yeah, I have, Judge. Yes. Judge Ortiz.
Your Honor, Mr. Cepero has, two probation warrant misdemeanors that he's going to jail arraignment next, and he has a new one as well.
La carcelera anuncia que el señor tiene dos órdenes de arresto por incumplimiento de libertad condicional, delitos menores. Irá a esos delitos menores después de aquí.
Mr. Cepero, is that your name?
Señor Cepeda, ¿este es su nombre?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, you're here on case F259227.
Muy bien, usted está aquí por el caso F259227.
You're charged with one count of possession of cocaine punishable by 5 years in prison.
Usted se le acusa de un cargo de tenencia de cocaína castigable por hasta 5 años en la prisión.
One count of possession of drug paraphernalia.
Un cargo de tenencia de adminículos para el uso de drogas.
I'm looking at the form. State, do you want to add anything onto it? But I'm not convinced. He saw him. It looked suspicious, and there was a bag next to him. He denied being the owner of the pipe.
No estoy convencido, fiscal. Lo vio, se le hizo sospechoso. Había una bolsa a su lado y negó que era su pipa.
He said it was within arm's reach.
I don't find probable cause.
Dicen que estaba al alcance de su mano. No hay motivo fundado.
I'm going to order that he be sent to answer for the bench warrants that he still, but I don't see probable cause there.
No veo motivo fundado aquí. Voy a ordenar que lo manden para que enfrente los cargos por las órdenes de arresto.
Let's release outright on both counts, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
¿Lo va a dejar salir directamente por ambos cargos? Sí, señora.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Gracias, buena suerte, señor.
Good morning, sir. Would you be kind enough to tell us your name?
Stephen Matthew, Your Honor.
How are you today?
I'm doing okay. It's my first time in the facility, first time in cuffs and being arrested. So it's been a pretty revealing last 24 hours, I would say. But all in all, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you.
All right. Well, listen, you're here on case F259229. You're charged with one count of aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer that's punished, or attempted aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer. That's punishable by up to 5 years in prison.
It should be a misdemeanor assault on a law enforcement officer.
Do we all agree to that?
Yes, Judge.
All right. I find probable cause for the misdemeanor. And, sir, what kind of a bond can you afford?
Honestly, right now it's very difficult for me. I'm glad you brought that up. So right now I have a $5,000 bond. I've got $500 to pay. I'm paycheck to paycheck. Although things are going good at my current job.
Oh, why don't you listen to my question? What can you afford? Can you afford $1,000 bond?
I cannot.
Right, the premium would likely be $100.
I can afford a $500 bond, but I get paid on next Friday. So it would be next Friday.
Does he qualify for pretrial? Oh, right here. This case, this is the Stephen Matthew case.
Would you order him to pretrial, Judge?
All right, I'm going to order him into pretrial services. Alternate bond is $500. Why don't you take a second there to talk to your attorney about that? I'm also going to order you not to have any contact with the officer if you run into him. I can't hear you. If you're talking to the attorney, she muted it.
No, I apologize for speaking over you. Please continue, Your Honor.
No. What I said is I'm going to order you into pretrial services and a stay away order from the officer involved in this case. But if you wanted to talk to your public defender a minute, she's going to mute me, and that way you can talk to her.
Thank you, Judge.
You're still muted.
Did you need him back, Judge, or are we good?
No, you explained it to him.
Okay, yes, I did. Thank you.
Sir, would you be kind enough to tell me your name?
Are you Mr. Carter?
Yes. My name is Jason Carter, sir. How you doing? Good morning.
Good, Mr. Carter. Thank you for being here this morning. Wanted to tell you you're charged in case F259247 with possession of a controlled substance to suspect meth, punishable by 5 years in prison. They also accuse you of having fentanyl. It's a first-degree felony punishable by 30 years in prison with the intent to sell, as well as driving with a suspended license. That's a third-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Ladies, do you want to say anything?
Yes, Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause. This appears not to be Mr. Carter's residence. He has a different address on the arrest form. There's nothing indicating that these drugs are tied to Mr. Carter anyway.
I agree with you. Let the state respond.
I can bring the officer and judge.
When?
I'll try for the afternoon.
Okay. Let's reset it for this afternoon and see if you can bring the officer in to perfect probable cause. Mr. Carter, I'm going to have you sent to the afternoon calendar. We'll see each other later on, but as of right now, your attorney is correct. I don't see the probable cause. So don't talk about your case, all right?
We'll need the Spanish interpreter next.
The interpreter is with us.
Yes,
Sir,
Judge,
what-
I don't leave. Buenos días.
Sir, what is your name?
Señor, ¿cuál es su nombre?
Leandro Peraza.
¿Usted dijo Peraza o Peraza Viso?
Peraza Aviso. Sí.
All right, in case F259261,
Muy bien, este es el caso F259261. En este caso,
you're charged with one count of possession of a controlled substance.
se le acusa de un cargo de tenencia de sustancia regulada.
It's punishable by up to 5 years in prison.
Eso es castigable por hasta 5 años en la prisión.
And then you're also charged with petty theft, punishable by up to 60 days in the county jail.
Y también lo acusan de hurto en menor cuantía. Eso es castigable por hasta 60 días en la cárcel del condado.
Ms. Seth, I don't see any priors with him except for another possession of a controlled substance. Do you have anything more?
Let me say, no, a program seems okay.
Oh, that's
No tengo.
pretrial services.
La fiscal está de acuerdo con un programa. La defensa pide el programa de servicios antes de juicio.
I'm going to follow your advice. I'm going to order him into pretrial services after finding probable cause on the cases.
Hay un motivo fundado en los casos y voy a seguir el consejo de la abogada. Le voy a ordenar que salga a través del programa.
Alternate bond will be 1,000. That's the count 1, and 500 is the count 2.
Alternativamente, cargo número 1, $1,000 de fianza. Cargo 2, $500 de fianza.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Did you say that was a straight bond, 1,500?
Pretrial.
No, I said pretrial services alternate bond would be 1,500. Any questions about that? You know, I did forget to say one thing. Glad Officer Ortega reminded me. Sir, there's a stay-away order. You can't go to Home Depot.
Señor, se me olvidó decir algo. El oficial Ortega me recordó. Usted hay una orden de alejamiento. No puede regresar al Home Depot.
We want 2055th Biscayne Boulevard in North Miami.
What was the address, Judge?
50 Northwest.
Biscayne.
12055 Biscayne Boulevard in North Miami.
12015 Biscayne Boulevard en el norte de Miami.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, the next one, Mr. Cabrera, is a bond out.
Thank you. Sir, what is your name?
Daniel Sotolongo.
You speak English, correct?
Yes, sir.
How are you today?
I'm good, and you, sir?
I'm doing well. Listen, Mr. Sotolongo, in case F25927 you're charged with 1 count of aggravated battery. That's punishable by up to 15 years in prison. And this apparently it's a domestic case as well.
Sir,
No, don't talk about the case, because they're recording everything, and anything you say can and will be used against you. If you need to talk or you have a question, you have a public defender there. She's appointed to represent you right now. Now, just tell me you need a moment to talk to her, and so she can mute the microphone. Right, I find probable cause. Ladies, do you have any argument?
Judge, there's nothing indicating that a table is a deadly weapon. It's a foldable table.
Listen, correct me if I'm wrong, but even a high-heeled shoe can be used. It depends on how it's used as a weapon. So I do find probable cause. If you use the table the right way, as I've seen in too many bar fights, it can be a deadly weapon. So I do find probable cause. Now, the question for me is going to be, what is an appropriate bond? I looked at his prior criminal history.
But there's one prior domestic with the same victim. He completed a program, but it looks like he just completed it a few days ago.
You're talking about the felony battery?
Yep. It looks like he completed PTI on April 23rd.
All right, let me ask the defense. What are you suggesting? First of all, I don't want him to say too much about the case. Mr. Sotolongo, can you afford a bond?
Can you afford a bond?
yes, sir.
Okay, how about $7,500?
Would you be able to do 5,000, Judge?
No, ask him if he can do 5,000.
He thinks he can do 5,000.
Yes, I can borrow that money.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a $5,000 bond, but this is the most important part. I am ordering you to have no contact, direct or indirect, with Maria Blanco. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
I am allowing you to go one time to the house to pick up any property if you share any property with her. Or if you share the house, but you have to go with the police to do the pickup. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Sotolongo, good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, would you tell me your name, please?
Kevin Pinckney,
How are you today?
how you doing, Judge Malone?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. In case F259292, you're being charged with selling, manufacturing, or possessing with intent cocaine. It's punishable by 15 years in prison. Conspiracy or placing for trafficking with cocaine, I'm sorry, that's also second-degree felony, punishable by 15 years. Selling cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church convenience store, that's punishable by 30 years in prison. And selling cocaine, that's a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years as well in prison. Ladies, let me ask you a question.
But they all seem duplicative, Judge. It's
Okay.
just one sale.
I didn't understand what you said because you talked over me.
They all seem duplicative. It's just one sale. So a lot of charges for a single sale.
Do you have a suggestion?
Maybe split the bond between the highest of the charges. I don't see any criminal history.
That's really what's going to be my question. I don't have any criminal history for him whatsoever. Sir, can you make any kind of a bond here? I'm going to find probable cause for 1 count of possession of cocaine with the intent to sell. Mr. Pinckney, can you make any kind of a bond?
He has about $500 or $600 to put toward bond, Judge.
Okay, so I'm going to set the bond at $1,000. Outright releases the counts 2, or RORs the counts 2, 3, and 4. Does he qualify for pretrial services?
Would you consider ordering him in, Judge? I see no prior record.
It's a first-degree felony, Judge, that there's PC for.
That was on count 1. Okay, I'm gonna overhand with pretrial services. The alternate bond is $1,000. Mr. Pigney, good luck to you.
Pre-trials overstates objection, so it's 1,000 on count one. What about the rest of the counts?
I said ROR.
Okay.
No PC on count 2 and RR on 3 and 4?
ROR on counts 2, 3, and 4. Mr. Pigney, good luck to you, sir.
Judge, the next case, Mr. Bryant, is a bond out.
Thank you so much.
And Mr. Chacon, Spanish? Yes. We'll need the Spanish interpreter for Mr. Chacon, please.
Yo seré su intérprete.
Good morning, Mr. Chacon.
Buenos días, señor Chacón. Good morning.
¿Cuál es su nombre completo?
José Luis Chacón Chacón.
José Chacón Chacón.
José Luis Chacón Chacón.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. No worries. All right, Mr. Chacon, on case F259319.
Señor Chacón, en el caso F259319,
You're charged with obtaining a vehicle by some kind of trickery.
a usted se le acusa de obtener un vehículo a través de algún tipo de trampa o desafío.
That's punishable by 5 years in prison.
Esto es castigable por hasta 5 años en la prisión.
Count 2, you're charged with unlawful use of a communications device.
Cargo número 2, se le acusa de uso ilegal de un aparato para comunicación.
Count number 3, you're charged of fraudulent use or attempted use of personal identification.
Cargo número 3, intento de uso fraudulento de una identificación personal.
It's punishable by 5 years in prison.
Esto es castigable por hasta 5 años en la prisión.
You're also charged with organized scheme to defraud.
También se le acusa de plan organizado para estafar.
Also punishable by up to 5 years in prison.
Eso también es castigable por hasta 5 años en la prisión.
And you have one charge of conspiracy to commit grand theft.
Y tiene un cargo de conspiración para cometer hurto mayor.
That's also punishable by 5 years in prison.
Eso también castigable por hasta 5 años en la prisión.
They do find probable cause. Do you have the ability to afford any kind of a bond?
¿Hay un motivo fundado? ¿Usted tiene la capacidad de pagar algo de fianza?
Pues tendría que llamar.
I would have to call.
The police arrest form says that you're homeless. Do you not have a place to stay?
El formulario de arresto dice que usted es desamparado, que vive en la calle. ¿No tiene dónde quedarse?
No.
No.
Defense, you have any suggestions?
Judge, at this point, I would ask if you would consider an ROR.
I'm not going to consider an RR because, you know, the purpose of the bond is to ensure his appearance. If he's homeless, he doesn't even have an address.
Consideraría un programa. No voy a considerar eso porque el propósito de la fianza es asegurar que él se presente a las audiencias. Él vive en la calle.
You wouldn't qualify for a program, Judge. He hasn't been here long enough. We could give him a future court date here in court.
No calificaría para un programa, juez, ya que no ha vivido aquí suficiente tiempo. Le podríamos dar la fecha de su audiencia futura.
Okay, I'm going to give him $1,000 bonds for each count.
Muy bien, $1,000 de fianza por cada cargo.
Also, maybe I misread the A form, but he was involved in generating some fake addresses. Was I wrong about that?
No sé si me equivoqué al leer el formulario, pero él estuvo involucrado en generar direcciones falsas.
So he has $1,000 for each bond for a total of $5,000.
$1,000 de fianza por cada cargo, un total de $5,000.
And he has a stay away order from Planet Dodge, 9975 Northwest 12th Street.
Y tiene una orden de alejamiento de el concesionario Planet Dodge 9975 Northwest Calle 12.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Is Officer Ortega coming back? Okay. Thank you, my friend. Okay, the next defendant, Earl Wilson, refused.
Mr. Wilson's present now, Judge.
Hello.
Mr. Wilson, how are you?
Doing terrible, sir. Because I shouldn't be in here, sir.
All right. Let me go over what you're arrested for. In case F259162, you've been arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm. All right, that's a third-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison. I hereby find probable cause. I looked at his priors. Three were no action, one was no pros. Ladies, do you have any suggestions?
I also see some criminal history out of Illinois.
I don't have access to that.
Requesting the standard $5,000 bond.
Judge, Mr. Wilson only has $82 available to him.
I have a private attorney, but I'm not able to get a hold of them through the jail phones. So maybe with the help of my public defender, she could possibly get in contact with my private attorney for me, and they'll pay my bond for me.
Try to help you with that. I find probable cause and listed the bond at $5,000 and a stay away order from the alleged victim, Jose Casanova. Good luck to you, Mr. Wilson.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. West. What can I do for you?
She's the alleged victim in the next case.
Yes, hi.
Your Honor, for Mr. Strong, this is an added charge on his previous case F259180. The judge gave him pretrial alternate, 2,500 on count 1 and 2 and 3, pretrial alternate 150 on each.
Thank you. Which one is the added charge? The strong arm robber?
Yeah, the new case is in front of you, Your Honor. F2592.
Just wait till you're done. I should speak now.
Ms. West, please don't talk until I ask you to.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize, sir.
No, Ms. Seth, did you want Ms. West to testify?
I think she wanted to.
Okay, Ms. West, what is it that you wanted to tell me?
No, I was saying they called me this morning to say I had a stay with an order for my son, and I just got off life support, and I don't see why they telling me that he has a stay away order, and he's never been in jail or anything. He's a great kid.
Who's your son?
My son is Robert Strong.
Okay, he's here right now. He's listening in. I'm sure he appreciates you being here.
Yes, I'm on life support. They had to cut both of my legs off. I'm in a wheelchair. And some lady called and said he had to stay away from me. But I depend on him. You understand? He's a great kid.
All right, ladies, do either one of you want to speak up, defense or state?
Huh?
So Judge, this happened back in April. He got pretrial on the other case. Maybe Your Honor wants to do pretrial on this as well. And
Yes,
modify the
please.
stay away order so he can see his mom, just no violent contact.
Yes, it's no violent contact around us. He's not violent at all, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna enter the order, stay away order from you, no contact order, stipulating that it's no violent contact, so he can't see you, okay?
He can see me?
He can.
Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. Because I just came off life support.
I heard you the first 3 times.
Yes.
I find probable causes to all 3 counts, but I'm gonna give him pretrial services. Is that okay, Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very
Yes.
much.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, the alternate bonds, though, are gonna be 5,000, 1,000, and 1,000.
But I don't have money like that. I want
No, ma'am, I'm giving you pretrial services. All right, those are the alternate bonds, in case he did have the money. All right?
Okay, but
He's gonna go home for free on a program.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
All right, good luck to you, Ms. West. I'm sorry you've gone through that horrible experience.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
All right, good luck to you, ma'am.
Okay, God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does he need the interpreter?
No, Judge, he speaks English. This is Mr. Gonzalez Funes.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure, tell me your full legal name.
Diane Santiago Gonzalez Funes.
Okay, you're here. Good morning. You're here on case F259303. You're charged with 1 count of strong arm robbery. That's second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison. Okay, I do find probable cause. He's got a lengthy history. Am I looking at this incorrectly?
Yes, he did 10 years for a DUI manslaughter.
Mr. Gonzalez Funes, do you live at this address, 2735 West 67th Street?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you afford any kind of a bond?
If it's slow, well, yesterday, P-Trail service came see me. I don't know if you allow me to go through that, but
Do you qualify for pretrial with those prayers?
He also came in on a bench warrant.
Could you order him in?
Maybe he's in your division, Judge. Would you want to do house arrest maybe instead of pretrial? Or just set a bond?
What do you think, Ms. Curry?
I'd ask if you would order him to pretrial, Judge.
I'm not gonna give him pretrial.
Says no.
I'll order him house arrest.
But Judge, it looks like the victim's also here. I don't know if the victim wants to be heard. I'll promote the victim in case.
I don't see him.
Okay. So Mr. Donaldson, if you want to talk to the judge, now's the time.
Okay, having found probable cause, I'll set the bond at $5,000. But he's.
Yeah, hello.
That's the, hold on, sir. That's the alternate bond. I'm gonna order him into house arrest, waiving all the fees and fines. Mr. Donaldson, did you want to say something?
Yeah, this dude been a headache to me, man. He literally robbed me when I was with my kids. And I'm not trying to get, if he can stay in there, let him stay in there. He's a threat to, he always around my house.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, you have no contact with the alleged victim in the case. Understood?
Yeah, no contact.
All right.
Would you like to level 2 house arrest?
You can call us. Level 2. That's the alternate bond is $5,000.
So, sir, the judge found probable cause and is gonna and the defendant can either post a bond or he'll be placed on an ankle monitor and issued a stay away order, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you so much for coming in, sir.
thank you.
Good morning, sir. Would you be kind enough to tell me your name?
My name is Henry Jean Marie, and I am 25 years old.
Judge, Mr. Paneka is a bond out.
Thank you. Sir, how are you doing today?
I'm doing not pretty good, sir.
All right, sir, you're charged with aggravated battery with causing great bodily harm, attempted second-degree murder with a weapon or firearm, and unlawful possession of a firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon. The first two charges are punishable by up to 30 years in prison. The third charge is punishable by up to 15 years in prison. Does the defense have any argument?
No, Judge. Not with regard to probable cause. It's an arrest warrant.
I have probable cause. I'm gonna set the bonds at what the original magistrate put 20,000.
He did file a motion for pretrial detention.
Can I get to that once I finish here?
Yes, sorry, Judge.
Thank you very much. 20,000 on count 1, 25,000 on count 2, and 15,000 on count 3. Now, Ms. Seth told me there is a pending motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute. Ms. Curry, you want to argue that?
Judge, I would ask that you set the bond that's on the current warrant, Judge, and deny the state's motion at this time.
Why? Tell me why. It seems that the motion is right on point.
Judge, another judge has reviewed this, Judge Rodriguez, and felt it adequate to set a $60,000 bond based upon the facts in the case, Judge.
But that was on a warrant that was brought to the judge without the state giving the opportunity to file its request. And I mean, the whole purpose of the statute, if I'm not mistaken, and you correct me if I'm mistaken, under 907.041, 5D as in Delta is to give the state an opportunity to make this motion. So unless there's any other argument you want to add, I'm going to grant the order right now, given the pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute. So
And what charges will he be held on, Judge?
the ones I read into the record?
All three?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Your Honor, it's gonna be a no bond?
Going to be no bond until it goes to the division. The division judge, whoever it's going to be, can review this again. In 15, I believe. And Mr. Jean Marie, I'm also issuing a stay away order. You have no contact, direct or indirect, with Anthony Crumbly. Even if you do get a bond eventually in Division 15, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim on this case. Is that clear, sir?
Do you understand the order? Did you say yes or no? Let him know.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, good luck to you, sir.
Judge, for the record, we'll be invoking Mr. Jean Marie's right to counsel and right to remain silent.
Yes, ma'am. Duly noted. Sir, would you be kind enough to tell me your name?
Edward Stanley Denson.
Thank you, Mr. Denson. How are you today?
I could be better, sir.
Yeah, hereby find probable cause as to your F259221 case. You're charged there with 1 count of possession of cocaine, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. And then you have a second case F259222, which is robbery by sudden snatch. It's punishable by 5 years in prison as well as a simple battery, punishable by up to 1 year in the county jail. Ms. Sexy, you want to be heard?
In terms of probable cause or the bond?
Probable cause.
I think there's probable cause. It may be more like a tampering.
But an attempted.
Yeah.
Okay, I hereby on F259222, I find probable cause. Set the bond at $1,000. That's the count one. It's the count two. That's the bond at $1,000. That's to possession of cocaine case F259221. I'm gonna set the bond at $500. Mr. Stanley, I'm also gonna, or Mr. Denson, I'm also gonna set a stay away order from the alleged victim in this case. You're to have no contact with her, direct or indirect. Is that clear, sir?
Judge, do you have children together?
No, we don't have any children
Okay.
together, but I just have 3 children that live with me.
Okay.
And I do have my own place, Your Honor.
All right, well, good luck, but you're to have no contact with her directly or indirectly. Good luck to you, sir. Sir, would you be kind enough to tell me your name?
Spanish interpreter, please. ¿Cómo te llamas?
Señor, ¿me podría decir su nombre, por favor?
Rey Enrique y Bonet Sogaraz.
Sir, in case F259224,
Señor, en el caso F259224,
you're charged with 1 count of burglary of an occupied dwelling.
se le acusa de allanamiento de morada de una morada, de una vivienda habitada, ocupada.
That is punishable by 15 years in prison.
Esto es castigable por hasta 15 años en la prisión.
I hereby find probable cause.
Hay un motivo fundado para el cargo.
I'm gonna set the bond at $15,000.
Programaré la fianza en $15,000.
There's a stay away order also in effect from the address North Miami Beach, 1755 Northeast 164th Street.
También hay una orden de alejamiento de una dirección en el norte de Miami Beach, 1755 Noreste, calle 164.
You can't have a contract with that address, which is Unit 223.
No puede tener ningún contacto con esa dirección, la unidad del departamento 223.
Or with the alleged victim Patricia Correa, perdón.
Coella o ningún contacto con la presunta víctima Patricia Coella.
Correa.
Corea.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Is Ortega coming or not? You're doing everything now? Apparently. Why don't you teach Victor how to do it so he can help you? Vic, come over here. Get a little tutorial. We'll slow down a little bit. No, don't slow down. Sir, can you tell me what your name is?
My name is Felix White, sir, and good morning.
Doing today?
Good, and you?
I'm doing good, sir. Thank you for asking. In case F259234, you're charged with a third-degree felony, grand theft of a vehicle. That's punishable by up to 5 years in prison.
Well,
Don't say anything about the case. If you need to talk to your lawyer, she's right there. Just tell me you need a break.
So Judge, I have no probable cause argument for Mr. White. I would ask if Your Honor would consider pretrial services. Mr. White is not sure if he'll be able to come up with money for a bond.
Right, I read the A form. I'm gonna find probable cause. I'm gonna set the bond at $5,000. Needs to have no contact with the victim.
Would you consider standard bond, Judge?
No, ma'am. I looked at his record. Good luck to you, Mr. White. Sir, would you be kind enough to tell me your name?
Jeffrey Paul Williams Jr.
How you doing today, Mr. Williams?
I'm fine, and yourself?
I'm well, sir. Thank you for asking. This is case number 259242. You're charged with petty theft, 2 or more prior convictions. That's a third-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison. I hereby find probable cause.
I would ask for the TAP program for Mr. Williams. He's
Got a lot
currently,
of priors.
I beg your pardon?
He's got a lot of priors.
I saw that. But he also has a lot of cases that were no action by your office. I'm gonna give him TAP. Alternate bond is $1,000. Also gonna enter a stay away order from the Walmart at 3200 Northwest 79th Street in Miami. Good luck to you, Mr. Williams.
Judge, can we give him a date to come back to court, June 9th?
Just stay it. I'll order him.
next court date should be June 9th. Do we know the courtroom number for Judge James?
I have as 4-5.
45, thank you.
Is that 4-5? Hold on a minute. I'm waiting for the clerk to answer.
I'm sorry, who are we talking about?
Talking about Mr. Williams. They want to give him instructions on what date to come back and what courtroom.
19. It's in courtroom 4-5, yes.
Yes, in courtroom 4-5, that is, Mr. Williams. Good luck to you, sir. Sir, would you be kind enough to tell me your name?
My name is Ronald Moss. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Moss. In case number F259251, you're charged with 1 count of strong arm robbery that's punishable by up to 15 years in prison. And looking at the A form, I do find probable cause.
He's out on probation, F22938.
Thank you, officer. That's in front of Judge Lodi G in Division 15.
There's someone here on that case if we can promote.
Ma'am, you gotta unmute if you want to talk to the judge.
Good morning. I'm the victim in this case.
Would you tell me your name, ma'am?
Juveniles Rubina.
Ruino.
Yes.
Okay, what is it that you wanted to convey, ma'am?
Okay. So, for starters, he never took my phone, and he never physically did anything to me, and he was never aggressive. On the A form, it stated that he fled, but he never left the house, and my phone was on the bed the entire time, for one. For two, I spoke to the detective because the detective was telling me that this whole situation was a misunderstanding. So I agreed to speak to him so he can close out the case. But he was just pressuring me to make it seem like he robbed me. But that was never the case. And secondly, it was a stay away order, but we lived together. So And if you guys felt like I was in danger, why would you put a stay away order 2 months after the situation happened and not when it happened?
Ms. Rubino, is there anything else you want to say?
Yes, I will be going to the state attorney's office to do what I can to not press charges.
All right, you certainly have a right to do that. I read the A form. I do find probable cause for a strong arm robbery. I'm going to set the bond at $5,000. I am going to sign a new stay away order. Mr. Moss, you can't have any contact until further notice from the court. And I'm going to send you back to Judge Lodi Jean's Division 15, where you have to answer for a case where you're on probation for F22938, if I'm not mistaken. Good luck to you both.
So, ma'am, if you want to, you could talk to the judge on Monday.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. How have you been?
I've been okay.
Can you tell me your full name, sir?
Aaron Tomlin.
Mr. Tomlin, you have several cases here. You have a total of 12 cases. What I'm looking at right now is F259306. You're charged with petty theft, 2 or more convictions. And I do find probable cause. It's punishable by up to 5 years. I'm setting the bond at $1,000 plus a stay away order from the store where you're accused of having taken PJS Wholesale Club Liquor Store. You have a second case, which is F259288. You're charged with petty theft, 2 or more convictions, 2 or more prior convictions. They charged it as a second-degree felony. I don't know if that's correct.
Petty theft with 2 or more convictions, Judge.
I beg your pardon?
Looks like it should be a petty theft with 2 or more convictions.
So a third.
I beg your pardon?
Should be a 3rd-degree felony, petty theft, 2 or more convictions.
I agree. I must set the bond on that $1,000 as well with a stay away order that you're not to go back to the victimized business. Then you have case F259289. You're also charged. Again, they put a second-degree felony, but it sounds that it is a 3rd-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison. I'm going to set the bond at $1,000 plus a stay away order for you. Then in case not F259287, you're charged with a burglary of an occupied structure of Hill's Liquor Store. I'm set the bond there at $5,000 with a stay away order. You're not to have any contact with that facility, Hill's Liquor Store at 18841 Southwest 1.
What case was that? I'm sorry.
F259287. Then on case F259286, you're charged with 1 count of petty theft with prior convictions. That's a 3rd-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Setting the bond on that case at $1,000 with a stay away order. And the Walgreens located at 15255 Southwest 137th Avenue. On case F259284, you're charged with retail theft, 2 or more convictions, 3rd-degree felony, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. And I'm going to order you not to have any contact with that facility at 2611 Northeast 10th Court. Then you have F259283.
What was the bond?
$1,000 in a stay away order.
Say 1,000?
$1,000 plus a stay away order. In F259283, you're hereby charged with petty theft, 2 or more prior convictions. Again, that's a that's a third-degree felony punishable by 5 years in prison. You have a stay away order as well. Time PC, another $1,000. You're not to go at that location, which is at 14325 Southwest 168th Street, Miami, Florida. You have another case here, F259282, petty theft, 2 or more prior convictions. I'm going to find probable cause. Set the bond at $1,000 plus a stay away order from the Family Dollar Store located at 24785 Southwest 112th Avenue. Mr. Tomlin, you have a case F259281. You're charged with petty theft, 2 or more convictions. I'm going to set the bond at $1,000 after finding probable cause with a stay away order from the Dollar General Store located at 22500 Southwest 112th Avenue. In case number F259280, you're charged with 1 count of possession of a controlled substance, allegedly cocaine. I'm going to find probable cause. I'll set the bond at $1,000. In case number F259279, you're charged with petty theft, 2 or more convictions. I'm going to find probable cause. Set the bond at $2,000 with a stay away order from the Family Dollar Store. This is your second stay away order at 24785 Southwest 112th Avenue. In case number F259278, you're charged with grand theft in the 3rd degree. I'm going to find probable cause. I'm going to set the bond at $5,000. The stay away order from the Walmart at 13600 Southwest 288th Street in Miami. And your cases are going to Judge Hernandez. Good luck to you, Mr. Tomlin. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Hello, Judge. My name is Henry. I'm doing good, by the way.
Good. What's your last name, sir?
Coronado.
Mr. Coronado, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. You know, I'm a little worried. I've never really been through this situation.
Okay, we're going to see. We're going to take a look. I'm going to take a look at the police report on your case, Mr. Coronado. You're hereby charged in case F259285 with 1 count of strong arm robbery that's punishable by up to 15 years in prison, 1 count of false imprisonment punishable by up to 5 years in prison, and 1 count of battery, a domestic violence case. That's punishable by up to 1 year in prison or in county jail. Ms. Seth, what I have for the defendant is 2 prior cases that were no action. Is that correct?
Yep, the only other thing that I saw was a DUI in Broward County. It looks like it was a conviction from 2019. The defendant has a bondsman who's present for him, so Your Honor would set a bond.
Well, they do find probable cause. Mr. Coronel, you don't have to answer, but what kind of a bond can you make?
Like payday?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Corey, talk to him, please.
She thinks she can make about a $5,000 bond.
Or Mr. Count, I'm going to set the bond at $5,000. I'm going to sign a stay away order from Ms. Perez. Mr. Count 2, I'm going to set the bond at $2,500. And Mr. Count 3, the domestic violence battery charge to the bond at $1,000. Mr. Coronel, you don't have to have any contact, direct or indirect, with Ms. Perez. She's the other victim in the case. Good luck to you, sir.
Your Honor, that was 5,000, 2,500, 1,000?
Yes, ma'am. And a stay away order.
I need the Spanish interpreter, please.
Yo se les intérprete.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell me, or good afternoon now, can you tell me what your name is?
Buenas tardes, ¿me puede decir cuál es su nombre?
Alexei Samaro Pina.
Mr. Amaro Pina, in case F259299,
Señora Maropina, en el caso F259299,
you're charged with 1 count of strong arm robbery.
se le acusa de un cargo de robo con fuerza.
That's a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison.
Es un delito mayor segundo grado castigable por hasta 2 años en la prisión.
I hereby find probable cause.
¿Hallo motivo fundado?
And Seth, I don't have any prior criminal history for him.
No
Nothing
tengo,
I'm aware of.
no tengo antecedentes penales para él. La fiscal dice no sé de ninguno tampoco.
Yeah, I find improbable causes to the strong arm robbery. I'm going to set the bond at $5,000 with a stay away order from the alleged victim of the case.
Hallo que motivo fundado para el cargo de robo con fuerza. Voy a fijar la fianza en $5,000. Ordeno orden de alejamiento de la presunta víctima en el caso.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Spanish for Mr. Pinilla, please.
Pinilla, this is the interpreter. There was somebody in the chat for Pinilla. Yo se les intérprete, señor.
Gracias. Sir, tell me your full name.
Señor, dígame su nombre completo.
Diego Fernando Pinilla.
In case F25, Mr. Pinilla, F259304,
En este caso, Pinilla, en el caso F259304,
you're charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon.
se le acusa de agresión física con agravantes con un arma mortífera.
That's punishable by up to 15 years in prison.
Esto es castigable por hasta 15 años en la prisión.
I hereby find probable cause.
Hallo motivo fundado.
But I don't have any prior history. Do you?
Nothing I'm aware of, and the victim may want to be heard.
No tengo antecedentes penales. Fiscal, yo tampoco, ninguno que yo sepa. Creo que la víctima quiere que hablar.
Sí.
Yes.
Would the interpreter please ask the lady her name?
La señora, ¿cuál es su nombre?
Mi nombre es Ada Pérez López, soy la esposa de Diego.
My name is Ada Perez Lopez. I'm Diego's wife.
Yes, ma'am. What would you like to say?
Sí, señora, ¿qué desea decir?
Que quiero dropear todos quiero retirar los cargos y que quiero quiero limpiar los cargos, retirar los cargos y limpiar el expediente criminal de Diego.
I'd like to drop the charges that I want to drop the charges that I want to drop the charges that I want to clean the charges that I want to clean his priors, Diego's priors.
Nosotros estamos trabajando, sé que hemos tenido problemas en el matrimonio y estamos trabajando en ello.
I know we've had trouble in our marriage, problems, and we're working on our marriage.
Y vamos a empezar a ir a terapia de pareja.
And we're going to start going to couples therapy.
Is there anything else you'd like to say, ma'am?
¿Algo más que usted desee decir?
Que nos den la oportunidad de verdad de poder recuperar esto.
To give us the chance to really try and fix this.
Judge, I would ask if you would consider a modified stay away order.
No, I would not.
La defensa pide una orden de alejamiento modificada. No lo concedo.
F259304 for aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. I'm going to set the bond at $7,500.
En el caso F259304, lo acusan de agresión física con agravantes con arma mortífera. Fijaré la fianza $7,500.
Él no hizo nada. Él no hizo nada.
He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything.
Por favor, tenga la bondad, yo la escucho. Pero déjeme.
Okay.
I'm sorry, okay.
Stay away order. And Mr. Benilla cannot have any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim, Ms. Peralta.
El señor Bonilla no puede tener ningún contacto directo ni indirecto con la presunta víctima, la señora Pérez.
Ms. Perez, you have the right to go to the state attorney's office, and I know the public defender's office will help him or help you.
Señora Pérez, usted tiene el derecho de ir a la oficina de la fiscalía y sé que los abogados de oficio le ayudarían.
And sign what's called a waiver of prosecution.
Y firmar lo que le llaman una renuncia de proceso del caso.
But given the facts before me at this time,
pero dado los hechos que están ante mí ahora mismo,
I'm going to set a bond for him.
Voy a programarle a él una fianza.
And he may not have any contact with you.
Y él no puede tener ningún contacto con usted.
Good luck to you, ma'am.
Buena suerte, señora.
Judge, can he return one time with the police to get his belongings?
¿Puede regresar el juez una vez con la policía para sacar sus pertenencias?
Yes, ma'am.
Sí, señora.
Well, I don't even know if you can make the bond, but why don't you put it in front of a judge? If she's willing to sign that waiver of prosecution, maybe that'll weigh heavy on the state attorney's office, man.
Bueno, no sé si, ¿por qué no se lo da a la oficina de la fiscalía? A ver, tal vez eso les ayudará en la decisión.
¿Cómo fue?
Good luck to both of you.
Buena suerte. What was that then?
¿Cuánto es la fianza?
What's the bond?
$1,500.
$1,500.
$7,500.
$7,500.
Good luck.
Buena suerte.
Sir, would you be kind enough to tell me your name?
Marcus Morel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Morel. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. How are you, Your Honor?
I'm well, thank you for asking. Mr. Morel, you have an added charge here in F259310. They have a charge of strong arm robbery. And I'm going to find probable cause as to that charge. I know you're being held on other stuff right now, but this one has to do with a new charge. That strong arm robbery charge is punishable by up to 15 years in prison.
I would ask that you find probable cause for robbery by sudden snatching. It just says he suddenly snatched the phone from her hands.
Well, I'm gonna find him guilty, or at least in the probable cause, I find enough to charge him with strong arm robbery. I'm gonna set the bond at $5,000 with a stay away order from the victim. Good luck to you, Mr. Morel. Victor, ask him to keep the noise down that we can hear him. Parece que estamos en la pequeña mano. Oh, you understood that too?
Spanish interpreter, please.
Yo soy su intérprete.
Sir, would you be kind enough to tell me your name?
Señor, por favor, ¿me podría decir su nombre?
David de Jesús.
Sir, in case 259230,
En el caso señor F25930,
you're charged with one count of possession of suspected cocaine.
se le acusa de un cargo de tenencia de lo que sospechan era cocaína.
I do find probable cause.
¿Hay un motivo fundado?
Listen, I don't have any prior criminal history except the battery that was no cross from Mr. De Jesus.
No tengo antecedentes penales.
He does have some criminal history out of county.
Where?
Polk County, petty thefts 2019.
Fue falso eso.
Tiene antecedentes. Go ahead.
There's some violations of injunction in Broward County.
Tengo antecedentes fuera del condado, en el condado de Polk, hurto menor cuantía del 2019, en el condado de Broward, incumplimientos de las órdenes de prohibición.
Also, it was 20 grams, Judge, so not just like one bit, a small bit.
Pues también eran 20 gramos, así que no era una pequeña bolsita.
I would ask if you would consider pretrial services, Judge.
Pido si consideraría dejarlo salir a través del programa de servicios, juez.
I'm going to grant pretrial services.
Voy a conceder el programa de servicios antes de... What was the bond, Judge? I apologize.
Alternate bond of $1,000, but I'm ordering him into pretrial services.
Ordeno que salga a través del programa, alternativamente una fianza de $1,000.
She says thank you.
Oh, good luck. Buena suerte, De Jesus.
Mr. Avila speaks English.
Mr. Avila, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You're here on case F259250. You have an added charge of possession of a controlled substance, to wit, crystal meth. It's punishable by 5 years in prison, 2 misdemeanors, one for possession of cannabis, and the other one for possession of drug paraphernalia. They're punishable up to 1 year in the county jail.
Your Honor, this is an added charge. All of the case, he has 2 other cases, but they're closed.
Thank you for telling me that, officer.
Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause for Mr. Avila. There's nothing tying Mr. Avila to the drugs. They don't indicate where it's found in the residence, how many people were there, what ties him to being in possession of it.
Isn't that his home address?
That's what the A form says.
It looks like his house arrest, but if you search my home and you find something in one of my kids' rooms, it doesn't mean that I'm responsible for whatever one of my kids might have in their rooms. Not that I think they would have anything in there, but if they were to, I would hope that I would not be arrested, Judge.
You know, I am a little bit disturbed by any other or no other evidence tying him to that address, Ms. F.
I can bring the officer in, Judge.
You want to put it for this afternoon?
Sure. I don't know if I'll be able to get in touch with the officer, but I'll try.
We'll discuss it at that time. Maybe you want to perfect PC by tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, let's put this on recall for this afternoon. I mean, let me give you specifically. I mean, I'm not telling you what they should be doing, but in the
I know the A forms for this operation aren't great. They lack some specificity. I understand.
I mean, usually when they do something like this, they should have, you know, they found some other information tying the defendant to the home. Because I think Ms. Curry's correct. I mean, they can't show knowledge. All right, the next defendant that I have when corrections is ready is Christopher Lemons.
Your Honor, he refused court. He's from out of facility. These are added charges.
Ms. Corey, you want to waive his presence?
Time for tomorrow.
Okay.
Your Honor, the next defendant, he refused as well.
Can you tell me his name? Is that Keon Mesidor?
Yes, Your Honor, this is an added charge and he refused.
Judge, we can waive Mr. Mesidor's presence if it's okay with you.
It's okay with me. I don't know if it's okay with him. Has he done this before?
If he refused court and he's being held no bond on multiple cases.
It's up to you. You want me to go ahead with, you want to waive it on his behalf? I'll accept it.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Keon Mesidor in case number F259264. He's charged with introduction or possession of a controlled substance into a jail facility. Having read the A form, we do find probable cause. We'll set the bond at $5,000. The next person I have is Donald Hanks.
Your Honor, he refused court. These are added charges.
Ms. Curry?
Judge, if we can reset him for the afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Corrections, is that what you want to do, or you'd rather reset him for tomorrow?
It's got to stay on for the afternoon.
Stays on the calendar and then it just reset. We're gonna readdress it again in the afternoon, then it just resets for tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. I have Mr. Clinton Turner. He refused?
Yes, Your Honor, he did.
Judge, this is his third refusal. If you're okay with it, I'll waive his presence at this time.
I'll accept it.
The judge found PC for a third-degree felony battery on the elderly.
I concur. PC, third-degree felony, I'll put the bond at $5,000. No contact orders.
If Your Honor wouldn't sign the no contact order because he can't acknowledge it.
But I'll be happy to do one.
Would you be okay having it issued in division, Judge?
No, I'm going to sign it as of today.
I don't know how enforceable it is if he's not advised.
Well, they should renew it. The state should make a note of renew it when it goes to division and he's brought in for the arraignment.
Okay, I'll make a note to have it read in division.
All right, this is an important question. We have an afternoon session. First of all, let me ask corrections. My belief is that you should always get, at the very minimum, an hour break for lunch. I'm going to be here in the courthouse. And my concern is that both corrections and the staff here in the courtroom get at least 1 hour hence. So you have your choice, 1:30 or 2 o'clock.
1:30, Your Honor.
Do we split the baby? What about 1:45?
1:45?
It's Friday.
1:45s have the majority. Corrections, you have until 1:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Judge. We'll see you then.
Any problems, contact me. I'll give you my cell on the record, 786-374-8484. 786-374-8484. The only reason I give you the cell and not the office number is because I know my JA has child care issues that he wants to leave once I get back here. So he's probably leaving around 1 o'clock. So just call the cell if there's an issue, and we'll be happy to accommodate your schedule. You folks here in the courtroom have anything else to add? No? Okay. Court's in recess until 1:45 p.m.
Thank you.
Regresamos a la 1:45.
It means a federal holiday. It's called WEEKDAY, but it's federal holiday. May 8th and November 20th.
Ms. Seth, can you hear me?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And by the way, I didn't say anything, but I hope your family is well. Say hello to your husband.
I will.
Our interpreter, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Thank you. Ms. Seth, you're not going to be here this weekend, are you?
No.
Are you gonna be here
You're
tomorrow,
not-
Judge?
Not tomorrow, but Saturday. When they left here, they asked me if I could cover on Saturday, and I said yes.
Are you covering for Judge Ortiz?
Yes, ma'am. I wasn't planning on it, but they called me during the break. But you know, technically, Saturday is my first day off. I'm supposed to be off for a whole week. I'm not going anywhere. So I said yes. She needed the help. It's good to be useful. My father used to say.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you. No, you.
They're waiting for me?
No, I'm ready to sweat. I'm in. You ready?
Okay.
Okay. All rise and raise your right hand.
Todos los en la cárcel, párense por favor y alcen la mano derecha.
Gentlemen in custody, stand up and raise your right hand as instructed.
Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so I do?
Juro o afirman decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Si ese es el caso, indiquen lo juro en alta voz.
Well, I affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that's all that I do. All right, have a seat, have a seat.
Madam Interpreter, raise your right hand. Do you swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from English to Spanish and use the question asked, the answers given, the best your ability, has such ability, so I do?
I do, Belinda Bond, certified Spanish interpreter for the state of Florida.
Thank you. Corrections, we're ready when you are.
Your Honor, we're ready.
All right. Ms. Curry, you there?
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Too dumb for that. No, I really am. I have a flip phone to this day. Okay, let's call up Selena Locklear.
Your Honor, on her misdemeanor, she received an ROR for Judge Martinez.
She may qualify for TAP on this case.
Ms. Locklear, would you tell me your name, please?
Yes, Selena Locklear.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you today?
I'm all right. Thank
All
you.
right, I read the A form here. I do find probable cause. I hereby ROR you at this time. Can we give her a date when she needs to be in court?
It was June 9th in front of Judge Milton Hirsch, courtroom 7-4, and the ROR is over state's objection.
Duly noted. Good luck to you, Ms. Locklear.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Christina Latoya Sims. Ms. Sims, how are you today?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You're Christina Latoya Sims, correct?
Correct.
All right. You have case F259335. You're charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and 1 count of simple battery. The first case is punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Second case is punishable by up to 1 year in the county jail. I hereby find probable cause. I don't have any priors for this lady. State, what are you requesting? I do find PC.
State's requesting a monetary bond, the stay away order, and if the victim wants to be heard, please raise your hand on Zoom. Let us know you're here.
All right. Miss, is she eligible for pretrial services? Okay. I'm going to order pretrial services. I'm going to sign the stay away order as requested by the state. And alternate bond is $1,000.
2 counts.
Yeah, $1,000 per. What do you mean 2 counts? I only see 1 count of ag assault.
And then there's a battery.
Okay, $1,000 per.
Pretrial is over state's objection.
Pretrial for both counts. Alternate bond is $1,000. Ms. Sims, have no contact with the alleged victim here, okay? Good luck to you, ma'am. Marlene Martinez Yayo.
The bond out?
Thank you. Let's call up the case now of Michelle San Pedro.
I spoke to the officer. He has oral surgery this afternoon. He'll be present tomorrow. So if we could reset it for PCH.
I'm not going to hold this lady on these charges.
Let me see if I can get.
I don't feel any.
Because the state's got 48 hours to establish PCH or probable cause. She's got an open case. The officer, it's good cause. The officer has oral surgery.
What do you think, Ms. Curry?
Judge, I would ask if you would release Ms. San Pedro on this case.
He has an open case.
Right, and the state's well within the 48 hours and has provided good cause.
Okay, Ms. San Pedro, normally on these charges, I would release you on your own recognizance, but you have an open case. Getting arrested on a new case is a violation of your pretrial release, so you're going to have to go and appear before Judge Delancey.
Judge, the state, I'll bring the officer in for the PCH tomorrow.
So you want to reset it for tomorrow?
Yes, for the hearing.
Okay, let's reset it for tomorrow then, please. Good luck to you, Ms. San Pedro.
You're going to be back here once.
You know, I didn't realize tomorrow is a county holiday, but I guess we'll still be open. Let's call up Historia Morley, M-O-R-L-E-Y, case number F259327. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
How you doing, Judge?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Listen, I'm not going to read the charges into the record. Ms. Curry, are you okay with that?
Yes, Judge.
But I do find PC. Can you afford a bond, ma'am?
It depends how much it is. Right now, I just started working. I got, like at McDonald's, I started working. Supposed to go back to work tomorrow. So.
Hold on, Ms. Morley, 1 second. Is she eligible for pretrial services? I don't see she has,
She did come in on a bench warrant.
Yeah.
By order, in, can you take care of her? All right, I'm going to order, I find PC, I'm going to order her into pretrial services. Alternate bond, if she can post it, is $1,000 for the stay away order from the victim. You're to have no contact with them. There may be a DCF case that gets filed. You have to abide by all the conditions of the DCF petition. Any questions, Mr. Morley?
No, I just want to say that what you.
Don't talk about the case. It's not gonna help you.
Corrections, did she go before the county court yet?
No, she'll be going tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck to you, Ms. Morgan. Who's the attorney that just joined us?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Zach Rosenberg on behalf of Miss Rachel Warner. How are you this afternoon, Your Honor?
Great, thank you for asking. I hope you're well. Ms. Warner's next. Ms. Warner, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. This is court case number F259333. You're going to be standing in for the PD's office. What would you like to say?
Judge, I have arguments as to each count. If we could start with the burglary, it's the most serious, but I believe it's the thinnest.
Well, let me ask the state, are you agreeing to setting any bond today? I know that's the first PBL.
So Judge, the state did file a motion for pretrial detention. Additionally, I do have the detective present on Zoom.
Let's hear from the detective first.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, detective. Would you be kind enough to tell me who you are?
Yes, I am Detective Zachary Stoppett of the State Police Department.
Okay, and let me ask our court to swear you in, detective.
Officer, raise your right hand.
I have it raised. If it's okay to keep my camera off, I'm working in an undercover capacity on these type of cases.
Go ahead.
Do you swear from testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
I do.
Okay, detective, you're free to testify, and then I'm going to give the defense an opportunity to cross-examine you.
Yes, sir.
Right. So, detective, why did you come to court today? What do you think the judge should know before deciding if the defendant should be released?
I believe that a couple of things. Number one, that the defendant is a danger to our community, and as well that the defendant is a flight risk. She has no ties to Miami-Dade County. She resides permanently in Las Vegas. And these kinds of cases, we call them bad day cases here in Miami. We've had a lot of men that have been approached by females and brought back, invited to
Judge,
their,
I'd object to relevance at this point.
Overruled.
that these females are going back to the hotel rooms with these men, and these men are being drugged and being relieved of their high-end jewelry, their cell phone stolen, and even fraudulent charges being found. Their bank accounts are being cleared out, and their credit cards are being charged.
Ms. Seth, you have any other questions for Detective Stoppin?
No questions.
All right, go ahead, sir. You can cross-examine him right now.
Sir, on page 5 of your arrest affidavit, you make the statement that the invitation was obtained through deception and criminal intent. What evidence do you have to support that other than the fact, as you claim on page 3, the victim advised that he later woke up alone and discovered the female was missing, along with his $18,000 Rolex wristwatch?
This case matches the MO of the same case I've been working primarily for a year now, where it's the same modus operandi consistently. These females are going back to the apartments, gaining the invitation. Typically, these men believe they're going to be having sex or having a good time with these females, not to be having their drinks spiked with some sort of narcotic, and then obviously not to have their items stolen from them.
So my question was not about other cases or anything else going on. In this specific case, in the case of State versus Miss Rachel Warner, what evidence do you have specifically as to whether or not that invitation was obtained through deception and criminal intent? I'm talking about evidence in this case, not your general feeling about these cases in Miami-Dade County, sir.
Well, my evidence is that it is a matching MO, and that the victim did not agree to have his watch taken, nor did he consent to consuming any sort of narcotics that would have caused him to pass out and feel the way that he had felt.
As far as that invitation to enter, do you know what words were said and what agreement was made as far as the invitation?
No.
And other than what you believe to be the modus operandi, is there any evidence specific to Ms. Warner in this case that that invitation was obtained through deception and criminal intent?
Not more than I stated.
As far as the theft, I understand, as I said, your statement on page 3, victim advised that later he woke up and the watch was gone. As far as the theft, you got any more evidence as to that?
Objection.
Overruled.
Like, Judge, if I could just lay down my reason really quick.
No,
This isn't.
No. Listen, I let you ask your question. I think he's got a right to ask her or him, the detective, questions about his client.
So, Judge, it's a non-adversary hearing. Okay.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sir, as far as the allegation that she committed a theft, other than the statement you have in your arrest affidavit that the victim advised that he later woke up alone and discovered the female was missing along with his $18,000 Rolex wristwatch, do you have any other evidence other than that statement that she actually stole his watch?
I have the camera footage of her coming down the elevator with him, and then a few hours later running out in a pretty quick haste to the elevator and then running away from the building as well.
So we have he's in the elevator, she's in the elevator with him before, and then she's leaving afterward, correct?
Yes, running
Do
away.
you ever see her with the watch?
No, she has a purse. It's a small watch. It's easily concealed.
Did you ever find her in possession of that watch?
Physically, no. Her cell phone's been turned in, and we're working on a search warrant now for the phone.
So the third charge, controlled substance possession, okay? On page 3 of 5 of your arrest affidavit, sir, near the bottom, you make a claim that based on training and experience, the liquid is suspected to be narcotic. Do you have any other evidence other than your looking at the substance and based on your training and experience, you believed it to be a narcotic, sir?
Well, the narcotics have been submitted for laboratory testing. It takes time. We placed a rush on it, but as of right now, I don't have any other hard evidence.
Was any field test done on that alleged suspected narcotics?
No, my department doesn't have field testing.
Did you ever call out to the county to see if they would come over and do the field testing for you, sir?
No.
Okay. Anything prevent you from doing that?
No.
As far as the evidence, that's it for now, Judge.
Anything else, Ms. F?
I mean, argument, if your honor's ready.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so it's the state's position that there is probable cause. The defendant entered the victim's apartment under false pretenses. The victim only allowed the defendant in the apartment so that they could hang out socially, not so that the victim can be drugged and his property stolen. I understand it's circumstantial, but there's strong circumstantial evidence. After the victim took a drink, he passed out, he woke up, his watch was gone. There's a video showing the defendant.
Let me hear from the defense.
So, Judge, burglary, if you pull up the jury instruction, first and foremost, what's the alleged battery or assault to go along with the burglary? It's pretty thin if they're saying that the providing a drink that he drinks and then falls asleep, which may or may not have had something on it. I don't believe that would suffice as a battery or an assault. And then the issue of the invitation, Judge, they need to put forward evidence that she, I think it's pretty clear she was invited. They're alleging that based on their opinion, based on the detective's opinion, he's telling the court, he's making the conclusory statement that intent was obtained through fraud or deceit, but unfortunately that's a conclusory statement and he has no evidence to back that up. Those are the issues with the first count, Your Honor. She was invited.
Well, you can be invited to a place and then have that authority taken away. Like you can get into a department store and you stay there and you steal. That doesn't make it a legal action that you took while you were staying. Yeah. What about the second count?
If I could just respond to what you just said, Your Honor, because the remaining after requires a forcible felony, which the theft would not be.
Okay, go ahead. Anything else?
Yeah, when you go to the second count, grand theft, which was your honor's suggestion to move on to the next count, correct?
Yes, sir.
With the grand theft, all there is the conclusory statement that he woke up, she's gone, and the watch is gone. That's not enough, Your Honor. I argue. That's pretty thin. And then as far as whether or not it is or is not a controlled substance, he looks at a clear substance in a bottle, and based on his training and experience, he claims it's a narcotic. It hasn't been tested.
All right, this is just a probable cause hearing. Haven't read the affidavit, listened to the testimony of the detective. I do find probable cause for all three counts. I'm gonna set the bond as a no bond charge. Count 2, 5,000, count 3, 5,000. Ms. Warner, this is only a preliminary hearing. You have an excellent attorney. He has the right to challenge this furthermore in other hearings in court. So I don't want you to get discouraged just because you're being held. This is not the end of the case. It's just the beginning. And your attorney will investigate the facts of the case and challenge it in further proceedings. So don't get discouraged, all right? Second thing is that the state has requested a pretrial detention pursuant to 907.041. Is this really, you have her on a first PBL, which is a no bond charge. Is this really necessary?
I think statutorily, yes, and then it'll bring her. Yes, and then it'll bring her before her judge on Monday, so there'll be some review.
So, Mr. Rosenberg, you have an opportunity to go before the judge on Monday. That's Judge David Young. So I wish you a lot of luck. Ms. Warner, good luck to you. And what, ma'am?
I said thank you.
Okay, I'm just saying, Mr. Rosenberg, if in the future for either an Arthur hearing or bond hearing, I cover for Judge Young. Set it in my calendar. I want to make sure that she, to my knowledge, has no priors, but that she gets the next.
Does have some prostitution arrests out of county.
All right, that's not necessary to go into that. But at the end of the day, this is a much more serious charge than that, and you're going to be held until you go before Judge Young, all right?
Okay.
Good luck to you, ma'am. Mr. Rosenberg, it's good to see you.
You too, Your Honor. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yes, ma'am. Right, the next person I have is Helen Arias Lima.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Ronnie, she has an open B259715 case. She'll be going to jail arraignment tomorrow.
Le ha indicado, su señoría, que usted tiene otro cargo, delito menor, que van a llevar ante el juez de delitos menores mañana.
Ms. Arias Lima, you're charged with 2 counts.
Se le han imputado 2 cargos penales.
Armed robbery.
Robo a mano armada.
Is punishable by life in prison.
Eso es punible con condena perpetua.
And false imprisonment, punishable by up to 15 years in prison.
Y privación de libertad, que es punible con hasta 15 años de prisión como máximo.
All right, Ms. Curry, do you have any argument?
Yes, Judge.
¿Tiene usted argumentos legales? Sí,
Nothing
señoría.
indicated Ms. Arias Lima was involved in any actions of the armed robbery or the false imprisonment, Judge.
Su señoría, no hay ninguna indicación de que Arias estaba involucrado en las acciones de robo a mano armada o la privación de libertad.
I'm a little bit troubled by that. Seth, can you shed any light on this?
Sí, estoy un poco preocupado en cuanto a eso. Fiscala, ¿puede indicar mayor información en cuanto a eso?
So it looks like the victim was set up by the defendant. Additionally,
Su señoría, luce como que le montaron una cama a la víctima y eso fue hecho por este acusado. Adicionalmente,
she worked in concert with the fellow co-defendants, remained present during the robbery and false imprisonment.
Ella actuó en confabulación con los otros co-arrestados o co-delincuentes y estuvo presente mientras los otros actuaron para la privación de libertad y el robo a mano armada.
It says she continued to shush him as he was crying and pleading.
Ella continuó callándolo mientras él estaba rogando y orando.
But other than the conclusory language in the PC, I don't find any act of participation.
Pero aparte de el lenguaje de conclusión, no veo ninguna otra indicación de acciones tomadas.
You want to put this off to perfect it?
If Your Honor's not finding probable cause, yes.
This time I am not.
Okay.
Si en este momento usted no encuentra suficientes indicios de criminalidad, sí quisiera postergarlo.
To tomorrow?
Yes.
Esta mañana, sí.
For tomorrow, please give the state an opportunity to perfect PC.
Esto será postergado esta mañana para darle la oportunidad a la fiscalía de perfeccionar los argumentos de suficientes indicios de criminalidad.
All right, corrections, please reset it for tomorrow.
Queda aplazado hasta mañana.
All right. The next defendant we have is Sergio Villamizar.
We reset this to the afternoon because he said he had a private attorney.
Have you seen a private attorney besides Mr. Rosenberg?
Yes, Judge, there is another one, but that's for Felix Gonzalez. Tiene un abogado.
Sí, Brett Schwartz.
It's Brett Schwartz is his attorney.
¿Pero él va a estar aquí hoy o no?
I'm sorry?
Is he going to be here today or tomorrow?
Actually, he spoke to my wife and he told me that he was not going to be here today, that this was postponed for the 28th or something like that. He explained to my wife.
It was postponed for today, and I know you're out on bond, so you have to appear in Division 6 before Judge Susan. If you want, I can reset it for tomorrow. Get a hold of your wife and tell him he has to be here tomorrow if he wants to represent you.
Well, he has to be, because he told me that he didn't have to.
Well, yes, he does. He's wrong. This is a probable cause hearing to see if there's probable cause to hold you on the charges, which, with your permission, Ms. Curry, I'm not going to get into.
Okay. All right, so tomorrow.
Put it off for tomorrow to give him a chance to be here?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, if he has to, I definitely will get a hold of him again and tell him that.
Yes, he has to if he wants to argue before. It may not be me as a judge tomorrow, but yes, he needs to be present in order to argue on the probable cause.
Okay, we'll do it, Judge.
All right. Ms. Curry, just to make sure on the record, I didn't cite the charges. Is that okay with you?
Yes, Judge, I'm not his attorney, but yes, that's fine.
I understand, but for the limited purposes of him being here in court today, I want to make sure that we're in agreement.
Yes, we are.
All right. If you like, I'll ask to you to mute yourself and explain to him what happened.
He's fine with that, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Good luck to you. You'll have a hearing tomorrow. Corrections, would you make them available tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, sir.
Then we have Martínez de Jesús Gallena Rondón. Ms. Curry, let us know if he needs the interpreter.
Your Honor, he has a hold for immigration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, sir.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Le han informado a su señoría que usted tiene una orden de retención por parte de inmigración.
Rondón. Okay, sorry.
We'll waive reading these charges, Judge.
La Defensoría Pública renuncia, abdica de la lectura de los cargos imputados.
Curry, do you have any argument?
Señora Curry, ¿tiene usted argumentos legales?
No, Judge.
No, su señoría.
Hereby find probable cause.
Su señoría dictamina que hay suficientes indicios de criminalidad.
I'm going to set the bond at no hold or no bond for count 1.
La fianza que se fijará es no fianza en cuanto al cargo número 1.
And no contact, stay away order with the alleged victim.
Y se expedirá una orden judicial de no tener ningún tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima.
Direct or indirect?
Ya sea contacto directo o indirecto.
Ms. Seth, are you still going forward on the pretrial detention motion?
Yes.
Señora, todavía está solicitando prisión preventiva. Sí, su señoría.
Is there any argument, Ms. Curry?
Señor Curry, ¿hay algún argumento? No, su señoría.
All right, I hereby sign order granting a pretrial detention.
Su señoría ha firmado la orden de prisión preventiva.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor. Eso es todo.
Ms. Curry, while we wait for Mr. Santiago Mateo.
We'll wait everything in the
charges.
Yes. Spanish interpreter, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Su abogada ha renunciado a la lectura de los cargos imputados contra usted. Su señoría le dice buenas tardes.
All right, looking at the 8 form, he's charged with a second-degree felony punishable by 15 years in prison.
Viendo el informe de arresto, usted se le han imputado un cargo de segundo grado que es punible con máxima condena de 15 años de prisión.
I find there is probable cause.
Dictamino que hay suficientes indicios de criminalidad.
Do we know where side one can be heard?
¿Alguien quiere argumentar algo?
All right, finding probable cause, they set the bond at $7,500 with a stay away order.
Habiendo encontrado suficientes indicios racionales de criminalidad, fijo la fianza a $7,500 y más orden judicial de alejamiento y no contacto.
Mr. Santiago, you're not to have any contact directly or indirectly with the 11th victim of this case.
Señor Santiago, no podrá tener ningún tipo de contacto, sea contacto directo o indirecto, con la presunta víctima, ¿entiende?
Victoria, you want to talk to him a minute?
No verbal response from the defendant.
He said just say Sí.
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. You want to talk to him a minute?
Yes, please.
Next defendant is Omar Guardia.
President speaks English.
Sir, do you speak English?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. You're here on case number F259326. Mr. Guardia, you're charged with multiple counts. Organized fraud, $50,000 or more, that's punishable by up to 30 years in prison. Grand theft of a vehicle, it's charged as a first-degree felony, but is that based on what? I've never seen that before.
So allegations are that he's.
Is it based on the value of the vehicle?
Right, because it comes up to, it says over $500,000 worth of losses.
Okay, but it's one vehicle that was $500,000 or the aggregate of the vehicles?
The aggregate is 500.
They only discussed one application saying that it was a personal.
Look, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm ignorant about that. Would have to be provided by case law. But as to the organized fraud, I find probable cause. As to the grand theft vehicle, I find grand theft in the 3rd degree. As to the unlawful subleasing, 3rd degree felony, I find probable cause. And as to misdemeanor, I find probable cause. Ms. F and Ms. Curry, you want to argue the bond amounts?
Right, so Judge, it looks like he's involved in a scheme to defraud these dealerships of hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of vehicles. The defendant does have criminal history. There's a prior federal conviction. It looks like trafficking in marijuana. States requesting a bond in Nebbia.
Ms. Curry, you want to say anything?
Judge, Mr. Guardia indicates he has about $1,000 for bond. Would Your Honor be able to put a bond within $10,000?
Right, given the amount of fraud involved and the number of vehicles listed, I'm going to find PC $100,000 on count 1 and a stay away order from any of the dealerships that are mentioned in the probable cause affidavit or any dealership that sells or leases As to count two, I'm gonna set the bond at $5,000. As to count three, I'm gonna set the bond at $5,000. And as to count four, I'm gonna set the bond at $1,000. There are dealers, and you're not to go, Mr. Guardia, to any dealer in the Miami-Dade County or in the 11th Judicial Circuit that deals with either sales or leasing of any automobiles. That means any dealer. So your total bond is going to be $111,000 plus the stay away order. Good luck to you, sir. Ms. Evans, if you find any case law on aggregating the value of automobiles, please send it to me.
I think we're gonna have to charge it
Individually.
individually with the scheme. If it's one scheme, then maybe we could aggregate it for the whole.
You're probably correct on that, but I'm just saying when they put one count and they, to be honest with you, this came up last week in another case and the prosecutor couldn't provide, because they were saying it's based on the value of the individual car. I've never seen it that way, but maybe I'm just ignorant. All right, sir, would you be kind enough to tell us your name?
Spanish, please.
Señor, diga su nombre y apellido.
Edson González.
Acérquese al micrófono, si no, no lo escucho.
Edson González.
Edson Gonzalez.
This is case number F259328. You're being charged, sir, with burglary of an occupied dwelling, second-degree felony punishable by 15 years in prison.
Se ha imputado el cargo de allanamiento de una morada, delito mayor en segundo grado, punible con 15 años de prisión estatal.
And a charge of trespass is first-degree misdemeanor punishable by 1 year in the county jail.
Y el cargo de entrada o permanencia ilícita de propiedad ajena, delito menor en primer grado, punible con 1 año de cárcel local.
I hereby find probable cause.
With regard to count one,
He dictaminado que hay suficientes indicios racionales de criminalidad.
there's nothing indicating it was occupied at the time, Judge.
Su señoría argumento que no hay nada que indique que estaba ocupado la vivienda o la estructura.
There's reference to CCTV.
Hay referencia a CCTV.
Ms. F., do you have something to counter that?
Señora Sete, ¿usted tiene algo que contraindique eso? I don't know what you said because I was interpreting.
Unoccupied is fine. It's a little vague.
Está un poquito ambiguo, así que no ocupado está bien.
It's very vague, actually. Ms. Curry, you
Muy ambiguo.
find PC for burglary of a dwelling.
Dictamino que hay suficientes indicios para allanamiento de una vivienda.
Mr. Gonzalez indicates he has a place he could stay on house arrest. Would Your Honor consider house arrest for him?
Señor González indica que le tiene un lugar a donde él se pudiese hospedar mientras si es que usted, señoría, estaría dispuesto a darle arresto domiciliario.
He's been previously trespassed from the victim.
Su señoría, él previamente se le ha imputado cargos de entrada o permanencia ilícita de la propiedad.
Right. The defendant is only 26 years old, and he has numerous convictions, including for robbery, carjacking attempt, and grand thefts. He has 30 months or 30 days he did for resisting without violence, grand theft again, leaving the scene of an accident.
El imputado tiene una gran cantidad de cargos, incluyendo asalto, secuestro vehicular, purgó 30 meses, resistir con o sin violencia.
I'm going to set the bond at $10,000.
La fianza se hará $10,000.
$1,000 is to count two.
$1,000 en cuanto al segundo cargo.
And I'm going to grant the state's request for a stay away order.
Y voy a otorgar la orden, la petición de la fiscalía de que se emita una orden de alejamiento.
From 159 West 7th Street in Hialeah.
159 what?
Let me repeat it for you. 159 West 7th Street in Hialeah.
Y tiene una orden judicial de mantenerse lejos y fuera de la ubicación en la dirección 159 West 7 Calle de Hialeah.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor. Eso es todo por hoy.
Next case is Johnny Alejandro Gomez.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Sir, in case F259332, if
En la
you're,
causa contra usted, señor.
if you're Mr. Johnny Gomez,
¿Usted, señor Johnny Gómez?
Sí.
Yes.
por favor, trate a la traductora con el mismo respeto que usted me trata a mí y que lo tratamos a usted. ¿Nos entendemos?
Ok.
¿Nos entendemos?
Sí, nos entendemos.
Nada
Yes,
más.
we understand each other.
Señora. You're charged with resisting an officer with violence to his person.
Se le imputa cargos de resistir al arresto del policía incurriendo en violencia contra la persona del agente.
That's punishable by 5 years in prison.
Eso es punible con una condena máxima de hasta 5 años de prisión.
In count 2, you're charged with resisting an officer without violence to his person.
Y el segundo cargo es resistir al arresto del policía, pero sin incurrir en violencia.
You're also charged with a violation of a county ordinance.
También se le imputa de haber infringido una orden municipal, una ley municipal.
All right, I find probable causes to all 3 counts.
Señoría, dictamina que hay suficientes indicios racionales de criminalidad en cuanto a los 3 cargos.
It's the count 1, I'm going to set the bond at $5,000.
Cuanto al cargo número 1, $5,000 será la fianza.
The count 2, $1,000.
Cargo número 2, $1,000 de fianza.
And it's the count 3 ROR.
Y en cuanto al cargo número 3, le dejaré salir bajo fianza juramentaria.
I'm also entering a stay away order.
También estoy emitiendo una orden judicial de mantenerse lejos y sin contacto o fuera
From Hobie Island Beach Park,
de Hobie Island Beach Park,
which is 200 Rickenbacker Causeway in Miami.
que está ubicado en el 200 Rickenbacker Causeway de Miami.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Count 3, was count 3 1,000?
No, count 3 was ROR. Count 2 was 1,000.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, let's call up Ángel Atuey Chapotín Sierra.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Present.
I believe his mother's here.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor Chapotín.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you speak English, sir?
Well, more or less.
Okay, if you have asked for the interpreter, please limit yourself to Spanish.
Spanish, okay.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of strong arm robbery.
Señor, se le imputa un cargo de robo a mano o con fuerza, a mano armada o con fuerza,
And 1 count of tampering with the victim.
y un cargo de manipular o interferir con la víctima.
Count 1 is punishable by 15 years in prison.
Cargo número 1 que se le imputa es punible con 15 años de prisión como condena máxima.
The tampering charge is punishable by up to 5 years in prison.
Y el cargo de manipulación o interferencia con testigos o víctimas es punible con hasta 5 años de prisión.
In count 3, you're charged with battery.
Y el cargo número 3, agresión física,
It's punishable by up to 1 year in the county jail.
es punible con hasta 1 año de cárcel local.
Having read the A form, I find probable cause.
Habiendo leído el informe acusatorio o la affidavit de arresto, encuentro que hay suficientes indicios racionales para los cargos.
Señora Sierra, ¿usted habla inglés o español?
Español, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Would the interpreter translate Mrs. Sierra's statement?
Sure, she says something.
I'll ask her now. Ma'am, what is it that you want to say?
¿Qué es lo que usted quisiera indicar, señora?
Que no quiero ponerle cargo a mi hijo,
That I do not want to file charges against my son,
ni orden de restricción.
nor a stay away order.
Anything else, ma'am?
¿Algo más, señora?
No.
No.
All right, your wishes are persuasive,
Sus deseos son persuasivos,
but they're not dispositive.
pero no son dispositivos.
I find probable causes to count. One, I'm going to set the bond at $5,000.
Cuento indicios suficientes racionales de criminalidad en cuanto al cargo número 1 y fijo fianza de $5,000.
$1,000.
I'm sorry, your counsel was speaking over you. I didn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am. As to count two, $1,000.
Cuanto al cargo número 2 será $1,000 de fianza.
And as to count three, $1,000.
Y en cuanto al cargo número 3, otros $1,000 de fianza.
And despite Mrs. Sierra's plea,
Y a pesar de las súplicas de la señora Sierra,
I'm signing a stay away order.
estoy firmando y expidiendo un auto o orden judicial de mantenerse lejos y sin contacto.
Mrs. Sierra, you can contact the state attorney's office.
Señora Sierra, usted puede posteriormente comunicarse con la oficina de los fiscales
Make your wishes known.
y dejarles saber sus deseos.
Judge, I see no prior record for Mr. Chapleton Sierra. Would Your Honor consider pretrial services for him?
Su señoría, no veo antecedentes penales para el señor Chaputín. ¿Consideraría usted libertad bajo pretrial services? No, señora.
Good luck to you, Mr. Sierra.
Buena suerte, señor Chaputín.
All right, let's call up the case of Jean Franco Gonzaga.
Convocando la próxima vista, pueden desconectar. Señora Sierra.
Gracias. Find out, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Next case is Osbrian Espinosa Torres.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Sir, are you Osbrian Espinosa Torres?
¿Es usted Osbrian Espinosa Torres?
Sí.
Yes.
Por favor, trate a la traductora con todo el respeto que se merece. Dígale sí, señora o no, señora.
Sí, señora.
Gracias. In this case, Mr. Osbrian Espinosa Torres, you're charged with one count of strong-arm robbery.
Se le imputa un cargo de robo con fuerza o violencia.
That's punishable by 15 years in prison.
Ese cargo es punible con hasta 15 años de prisión estatal como condena máxima.
Besides, I don't have any prior history for Mr. Espinosa Torres.
Señora fiscal Seth, no tengo ningún historial o antecedentes penales del señor Torres.
The only thing I see, it looks like prior expired injunctions, but nothing else.
Lo único que yo veo, su señoría, es interdictos previos que se han caducado.
And I do find probable cause.
En este caso encuentro indicios suficientes y racionales de criminalidad.
Judge indicates he does not have funds for a bond. Would Your Honor consider ordering him into pretrial services?
Él me ha indicado que no tiene fondos para una fianza. ¿Estaría usted dispuesto a considerar dejarle en libertad bajo pretrial services? No.
I'm going to set the bond at $7,500.
La fianza se fijará en un monto de $7,500.
I'm going to sign a stay away order from the victim.
Y también estaré emitiendo y firmando una orden judicial de mantenerse lejos y sin contacto de la víctima.
Mr. Espinosa Torres, you cannot have any contact direct or indirect with the victim.
Señor Torres, no podrá tener ningún tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima, ya sea contacto directo o indirecto. ¿Entiende?
Sí, señora.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Let's call up the next case.
Gracias, eso es todo, señor. Puede retirarse.
Your Honor, Mr. Redrick Michael, he's gonna be NBC Medical.
All right, can we reset it for tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, sir.
Can we have Mr. Kenneth Cobble?
Mr. Cobble is present. Sit here, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cobble.
Good afternoon.
Curry, do you want me to skip over the charges?
Yes, Judge, please.
In count one, sir, you're charged with a crime which is punishable by up to 30 years in prison. Count two, up to 15 years in prison. And count three, up to 5 years in prison. And count four is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 60 days in the county jail. I hereby find probable cause. Ted, I don't have any priors on this gentleman. Do you?
Yes. So the defendant's got a Tennessee driver's license. He does have priors out of Tennessee. I see a 2024, it says violation of bond conditions in reference to a domestic, promoting prostitution from January of this year out of Tennessee. Also Pennsylvania, a drug arrest from March of this year. It looks like it may have been dismissed.
Ms. Curry, you want to be heard?
Judge, I would ask if you would deny the state's motion for pretrial detention instead of bond.
Seth, you want to respond to that?
I mean, if you look at the arrest affidavit, the defendant broke her nose.
Any reason why I should sign that?
I believe that he's a flight risk in that he's got limited ties to the community, priors from other states, and a danger to the community based upon the injuries that he caused to this woman. A fractured eye socket, fractured spine, ribs, bruises.
All right, I'm going to find probable cause as to all the counts. I'm going to set the bond at $10,000 on count one, $7,500 on count two, $5,000 on count three, and $1,000 on count four. Considering the state's argument, I am going to go ahead and sign the order granting the pretrial detention.
Your Honor, it has a Nevia on the jail card. Are you placing a Nevia?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Thank you.
Now, you know what? Let me reverse myself. I think the authority for putting on a Nevia in the state of Florida is limited. I'm not going to put on a Nevia. He's going to be held no bond until he goes in front of his judge. The judge can change that if he feels it's justified. Who's his judge? Judge Rodriguez. Let's call up Adames Garcia. What is your
What's your name, sir?
I can't hear him, Ms. Curry.
Adames Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, how are you today? Okay. All right, sir. In case number F259340, you're charged with possession of an ammunition or a firearm by a convicted felon that's punishable by 15 years in prison, possession of cocaine with intent to sell, possession of a controlled substance, suspected MDMA pills. That's punishable by 15 years in prison. You're also charged with selling cannabis or delivering it. That's punishable by 5 years in prison. And resisting an officer without violence is punishable by up to a year in the county jail. I hereby find probable cause.
If I could be heard with regard to probable cause.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
On count one, there's nothing indicating that Mr. Garcia is a convicted felon. Even looking at his priors, it appears he has withholds. With regard to count two, there's nothing to indicate there any intent to sell. They're saying he has 2 grams at best. With regard to count 3, with regard to MDMA, there's no intent to sell. They're indicating 3 pills. And with regard to the cannabis, they're indicating 3 pouches of gummies, Judge. There's nothing indicating any intent to sell.
Well, I read the probable cause in its totality, and I disagree with you. So I am going to set the bond based on the finding of the Glock Model 19 that was located after the pursuit. It's the count 1, I'm going to set the bond at $10,000.
Judge, can I ask what the probable cause finding is in count 1?
I'm not going to debate it with you, Ms. Curry.
Judge, there's nothing indicating it's a felony. It has to be a felon.
Ms. Curry?
I'm just asking, Judge, what the probable cause finding is because I'm confused.
As to count 2, I'm going to make the bond $7,500. As to count 3, I'm going to make it another $7,500. As to count 4, I'm going to make it $5,000. Good luck to you, sir.
Judge, count 5?
Can I just speak? There's nothing about the fact that I
Mr. Count 5.
Oh, shit.
Count 5 is resisting without violence, Judge.
I'm going to arm on that.
Judge, your findings of probable cause are over defense objection. There's not one iota of indication that he's a felon, Judge, which would be a necessary element of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, Judge.
In this case, it's Napoleon Alfonso Hester. Let's call up Mr. Hester, please.
How you doing?
Good, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing okay.
All right. First of all, let me ask the state, do you have any other priors for Mr. Hester? Because I only see the one grand theft, there was no action.
All I see as well.
All right. Sir, you're being charged in case F259341 with aggravated assault with a firearm. And that's a 3rd-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Corey, ask him if he has any other place to stay.
My understanding
No, I
is
don't.
the son moved to the
To the grandmother. The son moved to the grandmother. The wife had him to move to the grandmother.
So you're not going to be residing at the same place?
No, yeah, no, he's with the grandmother.
All right. In fact, when I read the A form, all I see is reference to a BB gun. Do you know something that I don't know?
No, it's a BB gun, but the A form says the victim thought it was an actual firearm.
Yeah, if I'm probable cause, Ms. Curry, what do you recommend as to his pretrial release given absence of priors?
Yes, Judge.
And by the way, Ms. Seth, I don't think under the definition of the statute under 790 that a BB gun qualifies as a firearm.
I think it would be a jury issue depending on.
No, I think it'll be DV'd. I mean, a firearm is defined by the.
No, it wouldn't be a firearm. You're right, Judge. It potentially could be a deadly weapon.
Okay, well, it'd have to be a very deadly shot because at the end of the day, I mean, they put a firearm in here. That's the device that can
Right? It won't qualify as a firearm.
the device that expels a projectile by means of an explosion.
No. So potentially a deadly weapon.
Well, they put throughout the affidavit other semi-auto firearm, and it's not a firearm. That's a misnomer. They could call it whatever they want, but it's certainly not a firearm under the law. So anyway, sir, can you afford any type of a bond?
Not that much, sir.
Okay, I'm going to give him pretrial services. Alternate bond will be $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Judge, are you finding probable cause?
Listen, hopefully you'll be able to get out on pretrial services.
Yes. What's that? Yes.
Judge, are you finding probable cause for assault?
I'm finding probable cause for an assault. Also, my advice to you and my order to you, Mr. Hester, is don't have contact with your son until this whole thing is resolved. No contact, direct or indirect. I signed a stay order for you. Good luck to you, sir. Let's call up Adriana Lopez Chubia.
On out, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. He bonded up, is that what you said?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's call up the case of Mr. Hendrik Lee Barona.
He's a bond out as well, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, sir.
And the next one I have is the case of Hernando Serna. Ms. Corey, ask him if he speaks English.
Spanish, please.
Mr. Serna, you're charged with, first of all, are you Hernando Serna?
¿Es usted Hernando Serna y hable hacia el micrófono? Señor, dése vuelta y hable hacia el micrófono. Yes.
Yes. In your case, F259344, you're charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a firearm.
En su caso, F25-933-44, se le acusa de agresión calificada con un arma de fuego.
I find probable cause.
Encuentro suficientes indicios racionales de criminalidad.
Seth, I don't have any priors for him except some case that looks like involved operating a business without a license. Do you have any?
Fiscal F, no tengo ningún antecedente penal aparte de un caso de llevar a cabo o mantener un negocio sin las licencias o permisos apropiados. ¿Tiene usted algo más?
Just something dismissed in New Jersey in 2000, so that's pretty old.
Es algo en el 2000 que fue desestimado, se remonta a Nueva Jersey, su señoría.
Well, I'm not going to hold something that was dismissed against him.
No, I'm just saying he doesn't really have anything.
No, su señoría, no, sencillamente estoy diciendo que él realmente no tiene nada en hoja de antecedentes.
Will pretrial services accept them?
¿El programa Pretrial Services estaría dispuesto a aceptarlo?
Yeah, contestó que sí. All right, I'm going to give him pretrial services at this time after finding probable cause. I'll make the alternate bond $1,000.
Ok, se le pondrá en libertad bajo el monitoreo y vigilancia del programa Pretrial Services. Alternativamente, la fianza será $1,000.
And Mr. Sedman, you're not to have any contact, direct or indirect, with your son.
Y señor Serna no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto, ya sea contacto directo o indirecto con su hijo.
Buena suerte. Let's call up the case of Gregory Redford.
Your Honor, on his misdemeanor case, he received a bond of $2 per Judge Martinez.
Thank you. Mr. Redford, how are you, sir?
I'm all right, sir, and you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. You're charged with 1 count of petty theft, 2 or more convictions. I do find probable cause. And Mr. Redford, is this address that you have good? The 9th West 95th Street address, is that good?
No, it's the next. It's a new one. It's a new one, sir.
Good.
So,
that's your new address?
No, he has a different one.
I have a different one, sir.
Okay, get the address on Mr. Curry. Miss Curry, I'm sorry.
1765.
1765
Northwest
Northwest
66th Street.
66th Street, apartment or house?
House.
And it's Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Zip code?
33147.
Miami, Florida 33147. So it's 1765 Northwest 66th Street, Miami 33147.
Yes, ma'am.
Kurt, what do you suggest?
I would ask for pretrial services, Judge.
Will you
I
take
think
him?
your honor's gonna have to order him in. He's got a lot of priors, but it looks like he was stealing
No,
food.
I'm asking our pretrial services rep. No, they won't take him. In that case, I'm just gonna RR you, Mr.
Would your honor order him into pretrial? So at least he'll be supervised and they'll give him notice?
You hear what she said? Yeah, but that takes forever.
Judge, your honor has the authority to order it.
I'm being told by a representative here that they won't take him because he's a signal.
But they will if your honor orders it.
You want to give him a future court date? I can give it to him now, Judge?
Go ahead, give him a future court date.
Okay.
State's objection is overruled. I'm gonna RR him.
It's over state's objection.
So it'll be June 9th before Judge Miranda. Do we have a courtroom number for Judge Miranda?
I don't know if it's 6-1 or 6-10.
I have no idea.
6-1, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. What did you say? Yeah, he just put it on the record. All right. Mr. Redford, it's kind of interesting. You were born 11/11?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. 57.
That I know, I saw that. It calls me. I was born 11/12. So almost one day apart. Take care of yourself.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck. Let's call up the case of Kenyo Anderson. Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson. How are you?
You.
I'm well, thank you for asking. In case F25934, you're charged with grand theft of a firearm, possession of a firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon, carry a concealed firearm or attempting to. Count 1 and 3 are third-degree felonies punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Count 2 is punishable by up to 15 years in prison. In count 4, you're charged with displaying a firearm while committing a felony. That is punishable by up to 15 years in prison. Count 5, you're charged with a misdemeanor, discharging a firearm in a public place or residential area. And count 6, you're charged with resisting an officer without violence. That's punishable up to 1 year in the county jail. I hereby find probable cause.
Judge, can I be heard, please?
Yes, ma'am.
On count 1, I'd ask you to find no probable cause for the grand theft of the firearm. The arrest form indicates it was stolen sometime back in November. So
You said, I think our colleague is correct. In place of time.
I mean, I think it's recently stolen. It was less than a year ago.
Well, but it was November of last year, not recent. I mean, not that recent.
Okay, Judge.
in addition, he's charged with 2 counts of possession of a firearm by a felon. At best, it would be 1.
I agree with that.
And the firearm use display while committing a felony, discharging the firearm is a misdemeanor.
Ms. Seth, do you want to be here?
No.
Okay, as to count 1, I'm going to order the defendant. As to count 2, I'm only going to find probable cause for 1 count. I'm going to make it $5,000. As to count 3, I'm going to make it $5,000. As to count 4, I'm going to find probable cause for a misdemeanor. Make it
Can we go
$5,000.
back? I think when you count 3 is a second charge of possession of firearm by a felon.
No, it's attempted carrying of a concealed firearm.
So he's
There's
charged
2
with
counts.
2 counts.
And that's count 2. There's 2 counts. I mean, I'm sorry, it's my mistake. I'm looking at it right now. I'm just looking at the numbers as they're written out on the A form. So you're both correct. So make count 3 ROR. Count 4 is $5,000. Count 5 is $1,000. Count 5, well, their count 5, but count 6 is $1,000. And count 7 will be $1,000. Good luck to you, sir. Let's call Michael Hernandez.
Wendy C, he was transferred to Metro West, reset for tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for letting us know.
Welcome, sir.
Let's go to the case of Jason Jerome Carter.
This is the same lead detective that has the oral surgery. If we could reset this for PCH.
We set it for tomorrow. Who's this gentleman?
This is Mr. Carter, Judge.
Carter, the witness of the state needs just had medical treatment, so he'll be available tomorrow. Corrections, would you be kind to bring him in tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll call it the case of Mr. Kendallin Lopez.
Spanish interpreter, please.
What is your name?
Wilmer Daniel Quindela López.
Sir, in case F259323, you're hereby charged with obtaining a vehicle by trickery or deceit. Is our interpreter with us?
No, Your Honor, I stepped away. I'm sorry. What was the charge?
No, the charge is, this is Mr. Wilmer Daniel Quindela Lopez. He's charged in case F259323. Count 1, obtaining a vehicle by trickery or deceit.
En la causa F25932-3, se le acusa en cuanto al primer cargo de obtención de un vehículo mediante tergiversación o falsas indicaciones.
He's also charged with conspiracy to commit grand theft.
También confabulación de cometer hurto mayor cuantía.
Count number 3 is organized scheme to defraud or conspiracy to do the same.
Fraude organizado o confabulación para hacer lo mismo.
Unlawful subleasing of a vehicle, punishable by 5 years in prison.
Arrendamiento o subarrendamiento ilícito punible con 5 años de prisión.
Unlawful use of a communications device, punishable by 5 years in prison.
Uso ilícito de un dispositivo de comunicación punible con hasta 5 años de prisión.
Ms. Carter, you want to be heard?
Judge, not with regard to public.
La defensora pública quiere la palabra para argumentos. No, su señoría.
I would ask if you would set the same bond as you did for the co-defendant judge, which I believe you set was $1,000 per count.
Lo único que pediría es si usted estaría dispuesto a fijar las mismas fianzas para el coacusado, que creo que fue de $1,000.
Ms. Seth?
Fiscal
I
Seth.
don't know how long the defendant's been in South Florida?
No sé cuánto tiempo lleva el acusado en la Florida.
State's requesting standard bond.
Y la fiscalía solicita que se le imponga las fianzas estándares.
Well, the co-defendant cooperated with the police, did he not?
El coacusado cooperó con la policía. ¿No fuese el caso?
All right, I'm gonna set bond in count 1 at $2,500, count 2, $2,500, count 3, $2,500, count 4, $2,500, and count 5, $2,500.
Is that what
En
it,
cada uno de los cargos impone $2,500 por cada cargo. $2,500.
are you, I'm sorry, the card is asking for a Nebula. Will there be a Nebula home?
No, ma'am.
La tarjeta dice el requisito de Nevia y el juez no va a imponer el requisito Nevia.
All right, let's call Mr. Negron, RB Michael Negron.
Próximo es Arvin Negrón.
Sir, would you tell me your name, please?
RB Michael Negron.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, you're being charged in case F259331 with 1 count of strong arm robbery punishable by 15 years in prison and 1 count of battery in a domestic violence situation. I hereby find probable cause. Do you have any prior names? I don't have any for this gentleman.
I see no judge.
I mean, nothing substantial, but I do see it says.
Well, whether he has something or not, and that's substantial.
Right. He does have some stuff, but nothing. Let me see if there's anything worth noting.
Well, the CJIS card that I have here has nothing.
Right, but there's stuff out of New York. I don't know if Your Honor wants to know it, even if it's not a conviction.
But I prefer to look at convictions. I mean, I know he's from New York.
Okay. There was a conviction in 2005 for disorderly conduct. Conviction 2011. It looks like a drug possession.
Ms. Curry, you want to be heard?
Judge, I believe Miss Sierra is here on this case. I would ask if you're.
He's not the victim.
She's the alleged victim.
I see a name, Lou and.
Yes, this one's
She was
Yes,
right
ma'am.
here. There she is.
Ma'am, you can speak.
Oh, yes, I was here to modify the stay away order. I don't think that's necessary. It was just a domestic dispute. So I don't think the stay away order is necessary. He's the father to my child.
All right, I'm a little bit confused. The initials that I have for the victim do not comport to the name you're showing on the screen.
I didn't prepare the DV stay away order, but I can confirm that the victim's name is Luann Medina. Should be LM on the stay away order. I don't know if Your Honor looks at the full page. Maybe the handwriting's not clear on the front.
It says LMM.
That's the alleged victim.
Oh, yeah, that's an issue.
Okay. So, Ms. Medina, you're telling me you're the victim and you don't want to stay away order and you want him released.
Yes, it was just a domestic dispute. That's all it was.
All right, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No.
Judge, I would ask if you would consider a modified stay away order and if you would consider ordering him into pretrial services.
No, I'm sorry, not in a domestic violence case. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find PC, and I'm going to set the bond at count 1 at $5,000 with a stay away order, and count 2 at $1,000 for the stay away order. and they can go before the division judge and ask, which is Alton Hirsch, to have that modified. Ma'am, good luck to you.
Okay.
And then we have the case of Felix Lázaro Gonzalez. Sir, do you need a Spanish interpreter or you speak English?
No, Your Honor, I speak English.
He's a private
Good
attorney.
afternoon.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, he's being held no bond on probation violations F 22-16873, F 22-16878.
Thank you.
morning, or good afternoon, Your Honor. Melissa Ramos on his behalf.
Hi, Ms. Ramos. Did you read the A form?
I did, Your Honor. We'll stand mute on probable cause.
All right, I do find probable cause. And if you heard the corrections officer, he's got 2 probation cases in Division 3.
He'll see Judge Gonzalez Marquez on Monday.
What do you suggest on the bonds?
I
He's
think
got,
$1,000 is fine. He'll have to deal with it in front of the division judge.
what do you suggest as a bond?
1,000?
I think that's fair. $1,000 bond on count number 1 after finding probable cause, and then he's got to go back to Division 3 and deal with the judge there, okay? Ms. Ramos, is there anything you wanted to add?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Ramos.
Of course.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I have again Avila, or Noel Avila is coming up again.
This
It
was
was
set,
this morning, Your
this
Honor.
was set for PCH.
Let me hear corrections first, please.
On F 25-2487, it was no action. And then later on today, they called in for F 25-1815, and it was no pros per state attorney's office. So the only here now is on the new cases.
All right, and that's at 259250. Yes, Ms. F.
All right, so this was set for PCH, and I spoke to the officer, Officer Diaz. Let me see, I think it was
It is Diaz. Diaz is the arresting officer.
right, but one of the officers, I'm so sorry, let me see. All right, if we can reset it for tomorrow.
Yeah, you have until to perfect
Okay.
cause. Corrections, would you make them available tomorrow?
Your Honor.
Thank you. What about Mr. Lemon's case, Ms. F? Were you able to get a hold of the cops?
Lemons, no, this wasn't set for PCH.
Okay.
Was over at Metro West NBC, Your Honor, reset for tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. Your request is granted. Corrections, I want to thank you. I don't have anything else here. Unless Miss, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Mr. Hanks. We have Mr. Hanks, but he refused again as well. He was on this morning's calendar.
Mr. what? Donald Hanks?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. He refused.
Reset for tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody have anything else they want to address? Ms. Curry, Ms. Smith, any criticisms?
No.
Well, I have a few today.
Hey, me too, so maybe that means you're doing your job, Judge?
No, I take it well. If you think it's something serious, come see me in Chambers. There's always room for growth and for learning, and I of all people am not without sin. I will be here Saturday, so if you get to come by Saturday, I will welcome. But Ms. S, say hello to your husband for me. I hope the kids are well.
Take care, Judge.
Have a good weekend, Judge. And if you're going on vacation after that, have a great vacation.
I'm not really on vacation. I was supposed to start on Saturday. I'm going to be here on Saturday to do a favor for one of our colleagues. And then next week, I'm doing a civil matter on Thursday. So you can catch up with me if you're interested. up there, but, no, I was supposed to be off the whole week, but I wasn't planning on going anywhere, so it's not a big deal.
One question, Your Honor, before you leave. On Mr. Avila, can he bond out because he has a bond?
Well, no, he set for, probable cause hearing.
Judge,
for-
if he chooses to post his bond before the hearing, the state has no objection.
Okay.
Okay, thank you,
Yes, ma'am, and thank you, corrections, for your help.
Judge.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.